morning, fellow Zimbabwe. The situation in our country has reached another level. Since our address on Saturday, 19 April 2025, further damning information has come to us through progressive forces within the security sector in our country. These progressive forces have revealed continued daily plunder of our national treasury by Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa and his Ganandas. This is done while our people continue to suffer in every way, including a collapsed healthcare system, infrastructure decay, judicial capture, and others. As we speak, Ziyambe, the Minister of Justice and Parliamentary Affairs, Virginia Mabiza, Prosecutor General, and Jacob Mdena, the Speaker of the House of Assembly, are ready to submit proposals to amend the Constitution and extend the presidential term to 2030. The amendments will also extend the life of Parliament from 5 to 7 years. This will take the current Parliament to 2030. The amendments include repealing Section 328 of the Constitution to allow Mnangagwa to benefit from the changes. They are also planning to use their 2/3 majority to approve the amendments and illegally avoid a referendum. They are planning to submit the proposals to the cabinet next week for approval. The proposed amendments will then be sent to Parliament for approval using the ZANU-PF 2/3 majority. Public consultations will be conducted, and even if they are resisted, amendments will be adopted by Parliament again. The amendments will be adopted without conducting a referendum. We are aware of these shenanigans. Apart from looting billions, they are also planning to loot the Constitution by criminally mutilating the Constitution to extend their plunder. Ziyambe, Mudenda, and Mabiza, we are watching you, and your time will come. Walk away. We will not give you the chance to butcher our Constitution. We know you have met judges and ordered them to throw away any application by anyone who will approach the court seeking a relief to save the Constitution. Looking at the levels that Mnangagwa and these Ganandas are doing to our country is continuing each day they remain in the office. This has now reached an unprecedented level and is unforgivable and cannot be tolerated any longer. Alarming cases of looting billions of dollars in our country are being covered up, and these thieves continue to enjoy Mnangagwa's protection. Mnangagwa, due to his severe mental illness, now thinks and acts like his position as president of Zimbabwe is now the same as a mafia or cartel boss. Each day that passes by, Mnangagwa and his Ganandas are preoccupied with moving their looted billions of dollars to foreign countries. But progressive members of our security sector are quietly monitoring all their moves. We definitely can never accept or tolerate this behavior from Emerson Mnangagwa and his Ghanaians any day longer. For instance, Mnangagwa and his criminal cartel have used Command Agriculture scandal to loot approximately $3 billion. GGI scandal to steal hundreds of millions of United States dollars in assets from the Zimbabwe Defense Forces. Kuvimba mining house scandal to loot $1.9 billion. Gold incentive scandal to loot more than $750 million. ZEC scandal to loot 800 million rand. Chivayo OPC scandal to loot $548 million. Valley Seed scandal to loot $191 million. Geopomona scandal to loot in excess of $162 million. These are just a few examples. There are many more cases. These cases are not going unpunished. Our progressive security sector members who have been investigating these cases have recommended immediate arrest and prosecution of these criminals. The first phase of these high-level arrests include the arrest of Kudakwashe Tagwirei, Wicknell Chivayo, Scott Sakupanya, George Guamatanga, John Mangunia, Mutuli Ngwe, Martin Rushwaya, Delish Ngwaya, Obey Chimuka, Norman Chumuka, Joseph Berry, Christopher Fori, Ronel Sinclair, Simbarashe Chinyemba, Varaizo Zivudzi, Temba Katazo, Moses Kurejekwa, Daniel Garwe, Jacob Mafume, Owen Mudanguve, Ziambe. Zimbabwe cannot function any day longer if Mnangagwa is still occupying that office at State House as president. With his severe mental illness and surrounded by his criminal cartel and family, who are continuing to steal our national treasure each day, the situation can only deteriorate each day. In that regard, the national shutdown we announced on Saturday for Tuesday and Wednesday, 22 and 23 April 2025, will now only end when Emerson Mnangagwa is vacated the office of President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. The shutdown will end when all members of his criminal cartel we have identified and announced here are behind bars. Fellow Zimbabweans, do not be afraid and do not be intimidated. I have held several consultations and taken guidance and instructions from the progressive leadership of the security sector. We have agreed that progressive units of the security forces will be deployed across the whole country to help the people in the revolution to remove Mnangagwa and his criminal cabal. This indefinite stay away will be accompanied by specific strategic actions of progressive members of the security sector to put maximum pressure on Mnangagwa and his Ghanaians to leave now. All progressive security forces have clear instructions to arrest on sight all members of the Canada cabal whose names I've called out. However, this list is not exhaustive. There are many more. The Ghanaians that we are going to weed out under the new government. I also urge you, members of the public and fellow Zimbabweans, to effect citizen arrest on all Ganandas that you come across. Don't hesitate. Fellow Zimbabweans, we know that as we stay home, we will fall hungry and our food stocks will diminish. We call upon all wholesalers of foodstuffs and all stores to feel free to help the people and keep a record of the stock we have released. The process should be witnessed by at least 5 senior managers and put in writing. The new government will compensate you after verification of your pre-shutdown inventory. This is good for you because under the criminal cabal of Mnangagwa, we have lost so much from poor economic policies, bad governance, and looting. Surely, if Mnangagwa can play weakness value, 500 million US in less than 12 months in corrupt tenders, what business can you say you are running in such corrupt Mobutism? We would like to thank you, the people of Zimbabwe, for your continuous support, and specifically, let's thank progressive members of our security forces, judiciary, parliament, and senate. We have stepped up and joined our efforts. With this, we'll achieve this critical cause of removing Mnangagwa and his criminal cartel from the State House of Zimbabwe. We know how difficult it is for you to do your job because of corrupt elements in the ZRP, ZAC, Parliament, Senate, and the judiciary. As the people of Zimbabwe, we shall assist you in seeing through the hard work you have put in seeking justice and bringing to account all perpetrators of this unprecedented looting that our country has never witnessed in its 45-year history. No matter what, always strive to stand on the right side of history and let's stay the course. So, the national shutdown we announced is now indefinite. It will only end when Emerson Mnangagwa is vacated the office of the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and all members of his criminal cartel are behind bars. This effort in this national shutdown will not stop until we have a new government in the State House. Enough is enough. Fellow Zimbabweans, we will serve this effort once, but emerge out of it with our freedom and independence. We are coming out of it with a better future for all Zimbabweans. Muri Zimbabwe, ndinokumbirisai garai mudzimba vachengetedzi verunyararo vanenge vainemwi vachikuchengetedzai nyaya dzezvekudya. Muchaziviswa kuti munenge muchitora kupi chikafu kuti musava nenzara. Saka muri yeZimbabwe ndinoimba kuti zvatataurirana mazvinzwisisa. Zvigananda ngazvisungwe, mapuhwa masimbe kuti pamunenge masangana nazvo zvigananda munozvibata. Ndatenda. God bless you and God bless Zimbabwe. Nyika yedu yeZimbabwe imo matata
Well, it's a very good morning to you. If you're on join us live on zimai.com. If you're coming in right now, just want to speak, say something. Yeah. We've got a few people in on the stream here. We're going to drop you a link that you can join in. Those want to speak and say something. Are you? Yeah. Good morning, Peter John. Do you want to say? Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, I'd like to add a little things if Mr. Blessed Geza would like us in the nation of Zimbabwe to listen to us what we like to say. What that gentleman is doing or initiating is honorable and perfect, and it was a long time we have had someone like him standing up for the whole of Zimbabwe. So I would like him, although maybe he can, if he's listening, to make this a genuinely Zimbabwean people thing. I don't know how he's going to do it, but I've got some few pointers. He must check why people are not going to join him to be a truly thing is that out there in the street, people are talking that this is an PF thing. So how is he going to address and how are we? Because let's say we want others like me, we want to join him, and a lot of people want to join him, but people are afraid that it's a repeat of Mnangagwa thing doing it. Then the armed people take it, soldiers, it will be their thing. So what I'm trying to say is, Mr. Geza thing is very perfect, honorable, but he must give people chance so that the people must be the leaders of this thing. How are we going to be in those structures so that it is not ZANU-PF, it is not a military thing, it is people's thing. Thank you. I will be listening and maybe responding to the other guys what they will be saying. Thank you so much.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Just hoping people can speak here. I'm a little bit emotional. I must say a little bit emotional. So yeah, trying to get a few people to speak. Bree James, say something. Go ahead, please. Billy James, if you're in, just shoot, yeah? Just speak. Okay, Mbiri, James, Mbiri, once you're in, just speak. Just go ahead. Just going to be showing some videos here of what Comrade Geza talked about when he talked about citizen arrest, what people could actually do, because people don't know that this is actually possible. I'm going to send you some footage here, Zimbabweans, to show people what I have done already so far. So you can get a clue of how my citizens' arrests are done, how they're actually done, okay, how they have been done before.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Yes, Peter John again. As I was saying, I can see some people are still in the shows or they are still in the listening mode. I would like, I'm very happy to go on a platform like this. I've been willingly all my life. I'm in my mid-40s, and I left Zimbabwe and I'm willingly to come back. I don't know. I only been in and out for some few time, and the only guy who come with this solution, we really thank you, and I really don't want to lie. But the thing is, right now, the thing is still like a one-man show. Some few guys out there and out there. How the structures are going to be in place? You know, there should be some structures. There should be some proper way forward. Maybe they've got this thing covered because I am not finished with the details by whoever or any. If nothing is out there in public, okay. But what people are skeptics, what causes skepticism is lack of that cohesion where the structures, and Mr. Geza must make sure that really the structures are there. Women not involved, but himself and other guys who will be involved, they must not try to bring the military back. Whatever happens, whatever people are going to support him, and this is a true. What I'm saying, even if you go around and you ask your relatives and stuff like that, people are not interested in military takeovers again. They will never be. Military belong in the barracks. That's what caused this thing first. When ZANU-PF militarized our politics and economy, then it was like opening the genie out of the box. It was opening in the Pandora box. That's how I can put it. I would like to say, I'm not saying that the military people, we really appreciate them for what they did during the warfare and stuff, and even what this part really, when a military is a military man, he must stay in the barracks, because once you mix those things, look at countries like Egypt, which are military dictatorship up to now, years and years and years and years. They are removing one military with another strong man, with another strong man, with another strong man, ex-general and ex-general, and including even Sudan was doing that thing. Removing another general, putting another general. There is also, so if you look on those things, where we are trying to say we want a general to come back, really, if the armed people of Zimbabwe, they could listen to the people down there, they could know that no, we are sick and tired of generals coming to rule us. They play their time. Civilian people must come and take this thing. We can name barracks after them, we can name street after them. That is to show we are grateful to them. You see, but not to be presidents. Again, it's a disaster. And that one is truly my point and people's point out there. So as people are not coming up, I'll be keep on speaking, but my issue is people must join Mr. Geza. But how are we going to join Mr. Geza when most of us are not sure the military, it's a military thing or it's a ZANU-PF thing? People are afraid. So Mr. Geza, if he could reply or he cannot reply today, whatever, he must make sure that this is what the people are saying. If he can, including if he has got enough intel on the ground, that is his rural area people in town, they can know that people doesn't want this to be a military thing, a war veteran thing, a ZANU-PF thing, the Gananga thing, or they even doesn't want to tell you the truth. You see, people like Kasukuwere and what is the other day? I'm going to dish it out as it is, and this diaspora thing. All these people are not what do you call it? People are talking too much about them that they should. People are still, they've got scars from their previous involvement with the Mugabe regime, which caused so much grief, and so I really don't know how they are going to play this thing out. You see, but if they bring those people so early, really, people never accept it. That's why there was like a muted, but people accepted and like to see. That's why it was like a muted thing. It didn't success like the way he wanted the thing to success, although it was a success. So people are still good scars about previous ZANU-PF regime connected people. They must not be involved. To tell you the truth, I'm not saying who should be and who should not be right now, because it is not my call, but I can contribute to that part. But as a Zimbabwean, I can say only that this is what the people are saying on the streets. Thank you, host. I will be listening also, waiting for the people to give their opinion and what they see. Okay.
Oh, thank you very much. Who has come in here? Let me just check here. Trust. I'm struggling to get people in somehow, and this kunzwisisa kuti sei ndiri kurambidzwa panapa pakuti ndi ede vanhu. I just don't understand why ndiri kutadza. Okay, right. Chimama enda kutumirai link. Chimama, I've sent you the link. Okay. Trust, if once you're in, just say something. Okay. Right. Uno join and then you just keep quiet. It's so frustrating. Right. Okay. I think I'm gonna try. I think I know what is happening. I need to change devices. I'm gonna just quickly change devices. So what happens sometimes, it's a temperamental. Twitter gets temperamental. Yeah. Right. Trust. We can't hear you. Okay. Right, we've added several people here. Right, Chimama, are you in?
Hi, Simba.
Right, can hear you perfectly. Right, we can hear you perfectly now. Yeah, Yanga Ichinetsa. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Can I go ahead?
Yes, do go ahead. So what was happening was that, sometimes if you start the space on a different device, it doesn't show you the people who need to come in. It just shows you a number. So you have to change devices. Yeah. So please go ahead. We've got Chimama. We've got all these other people coming in. Well, Zimbabweans, you've heard it. It is now official. This is now a full-blown demo that is going to go ahead straight until Mnangagwa has been arrested and citizens' arrests are going to be done. I'm going to be showing you on video how citizens' arrests have been done before. Some of you don't even know that there is, in actual fact, a standing war crimes prosecution on Jacob Mudenda. So I'm going to be showing you a video of how I did it myself. How I shifted from an interview. I was in an interview, and when I discovered that Jacob Mudenda deserves an arrest, soon after that, I connected with victims. I immediately got a war crimes prosecution and nearly put Mudenda into chains. So I'm going to show you how I did it without a bodyguard, without even a four-set security guard helping me. Right, go ahead, Chimama. Good morning.
Morning, Zimbabweans. Thanks so much to the speakers and all the listeners. Simba, I think the last time I was here, I spoke in favor of General Chiwenga ousting Idi Mnangagwa. And the argument that me and you were having was that VP Chiwenga has done some stuff, and why, Chimama, are you taking VP Chiwenga's side and so on? So I had a change of heart, because I always like to listen to what the people are saying. And I couldn't understand why people were not understanding me at that moment. Then I had a conversation with someone, because I said, look, I need to buy in. Yeah, so school me. So then I realized, when I had this deep conversation with somebody who's been in the opposition trenches for 20 years, he said to me, Chimama, ZANU-PF will always be ZANU-PF. Chimama, don't forget that these protests from Ungoya Nambuya Neanda, they've always been demonstrating to oust the colonialists, Bakadimbo Ramsoro, and so on. Then there was a demonstration by Ndebele people after Ningi the war, and ZANU-PF yakaita my instructions kukanitwa Gukura Wundi. This is ZANU-PF that we know that we now have Idi Mnangagwa and Vana VP Chiwenga. And he said, you need to remember that ZANU-PF yakauraya vanhu vakawandisa. Even totaura vanhu vakashudwa, it pakaitwa Montlantic Commission. To this day, nobody has been arrested. Chimama, are you forgetting about Itai Dzamara? Chimama, are you forgetting about Mo Blessing Ali? Chimama, are you forgetting about vanhu vakadimburwa maoko? Chimama, are you forgetting about vanhu vakapisirwa dzimba? Then he said to me, I want you to put yourself in that position uchisvika kana kuti wakarara mubedroom mako onzwa imba ichiti ngandungandungano and you dress up and quickly run for your life, maybe usina kupfeka, only to see kuti vanhu vari kupisa imba yako ivavo ndeve ZANU-PF, and they will let you know kuti because uri kusapota Changirai ndakuti akupisira imba, then they go away. Put yourself in that position because you would need to look for somewhere to go and sleep. You would need to look for somewhere to just go and sit down and have a meal and wash yourself up, gather your kids. So we have never been in that position. That's why sometimes we accommodate ZANU-PF. I have not had a relative of mine, but sometimes I look at it myself, and ZANU-PF, how would I feel? Kana maybe pandiri pamusha pangu kumatebelele and kunkai and pamba pedu pakapfurwa vanhu 11 imba kitchen ine bullet holes. That is the DNA ZANU-PF. And I had a change of heart totally from there. So now people come and say kutizoni ZANU-PF tauya isisu ndisuwa na Geza. We are ZANU-PF, we are unapologetically ZANU-PF ndini nyoka ya mabunu. Tukakubvisa zvigananda. They talk about, the ills, corruption. We are going to remove these people. Atichata, Munangagwa must go and he must go now. And the time you're running ZANU-PF, they say nothing about kuraiwa kwa Itai Dzamara. They say nothing about kukuvadzwa kwevanhu. They say nothing about kupisirwa dzimba dzevanhu. They say nothing about the poverty that people go through. Then they say, forgive us in 30 seconds or 1 minute. And he assumes that people have already forgiven them. And he goes on. Now we need to protest. That is where my problem begins. My problem begins right there because they do not mean what they say. All they want is to get into power. Like a snake. Gura's Kinyai rebrands into another model. A snake is a snake. Yeah, Gura, is it now a cat? It's still a snake. So because they are making it known that we are ZANU-PF, we are going to remove this, we are ZANU-PF, but for them to remove Idi Mnangagwa, they need the power of the people. And here I say, Muchiro Kundin's where is mine.
Murgu, we got air. Go ahead.
Okay, great. And here I have a problem, and I say, okay, let's assume, I was saying in your previous space, it takes ZANU-PF to remove ZANU-PF. Then I realized, Kuti, 16 million, vani more simba than ZANU-PF money. 16 million can rattle the government in power. And they can get the government to wind up down. Because Zimbabweans, the environment is so conducive. People are boiling. So when you have someone like Nyoka Mabunuti, the representative of the army, and you do realize that they are not in touch with the army. Because I happen to be in a group here, Iwe, Taura Kutaura Nanikwamiwe. Amuna Murkunyepa, Murkudonza Zitara VP Chwenga is not even involved. Mugunyeberavan, you are scamming people. Pakazoitwa protest. Ndopanda vanoti havana simba vana. Simba ravo riri pavanhu. Simba ravo riri pakunyengedza vanhu kuti come with us. Vakomana tita dzimwe 1 decade, dzimwe 10 years, 2 terms. Another ZANU-PF. ZANU-PF that takes us into Stone Age. Apana development irikitwa. You look at the roads, you look at even the independence celebration. People are wallowing in poverty. Our generation must make the right decision. Okay, so they come to the people as victims now. They come to us, the people, vavakamubunyikidza for 45 years. They say, chitei mari, toda donations, so they worry about themselves. They are not even talking about the 109 Zimbabwean citizens who participated in the protest. But vana vatakuenda ku human rights organization tunovamirira kana utorwawo picture tatuma vanhu tatuma magroceries. Absolutely no care. They tell us nyoka yamabhunu, feel sorry for him, he's here. The state agents have captured him, this and that, avavane diarrhea, and so it's about.
Is that true? Is that true that there was ever any capture? I'm not aware of any capture.
Well, I don't believe anything, to be honest.
I don't know of any capture. I've seen that that type of stuff being thrown around on social media, and it's utter nonsense. There's not been any such capture. I've just seen people making money on YouTube talking of things that
talk nonsense. Yeah, but anyway, you come on spaces like this one that you've opened on Twitter. You know, it's free speech. Total fair. Then we ask, what about Blessed Mhlanga? Is he now talking about Blessed Mhlanga? What have they done for him? Absolutely nothing. So if they can't do anything to assist those that are arrested, how do you trust Gudi? The so-called Canaan. How are they going to do it? Okay, fine. Assuming that, sorry, I just need to cut this phone. Someone is calling me. Assuming that Panivanu Vayavanvisisa Vaita hit to their core, at least they should be able to tell you kuti Presidium yedu yakamira yakadaiko. Kasukwere is going to be the president, over Geza is going to be a president, who is over 80, by the way. We are creating a problem. You know, we are saying to remove a problem yedu, who is it, and creating another problem. Bringing again someone who is over 80, who is going to be micromanaged. I'm assuming, I mean, if somebody leads a revolution, he's going to be the president at the end of the day. And then who are going to be my vice president? As you see clear, we are up in the street. Which opposition parties are they working with? Which people? The same Pollard people, we see them names when I come each, they're being thrown again. Then they bring again when Roseve Pollard. We go back again into the same thing. I don't think so we ask questions. I asked questions. Then they say to me, Chimama, Musi Chimama akapi wamarina Chibayo. Chimama akapi wamarina Idi Mnangagwa. And there was a whole smear campaign about Chimama on YouTube, on Facebook. They put my phone number on Facebook. They put my number on my WhatsApp groups. Simba, I had 13 men threatening me with death. And on the flip side, they are saying to Zimbabweans, ndokwenda sai ku Kenani. Teverai nini? Azobvazvino Mnangagwa azobuda azotiza aenda ku Dubai. Mukadzi wake atiza aenda ku Australia. Vazodaiso kuda guru pa independence ndiye vanenge vakutonga. Lying to us. And people feel very confused about Eva Geza, maybe this. He's just a celebrity. He is just enjoying the limelight. Does he have the power and the support? He needs us. That's why if we are the major stakeholders, we should be telling him, and are you going to take over to finish off Temia Idimananga? Kanamapedza Temia Chona? Reforms Zirukufamba say, when are we going to have our next free and fair election? Chicha makaronga inini murkutara jumurukupa vani masalaries $1,500 every month. All the civil servants in Zimbabwe, across the country. How are you going to achieve that? Till they talk baby marriage also. So I look at, realistically speaking, I picture Simba, Echigananda, we've got Wikno Chivayo. I think he's a little bit sophisticated than Nyokayama. Then we have this Chigananda Zurukuya, Let's go in, we can't wait, we know program here, we don't care about those who are arrested. They want to take a power by fire, by force. And then they say, ask no questions. If I ask questions, then I get smeared. How do you trust a group of people like that? I pose it to you, Zimbabweans here. If this Supano, we are independent thinkers, free speech. Elon Musk is a journalist. So let's talk about that. Let's not be hyped into this. Take Facebook, YouTube, not on Twitter. Many thanks.
Wow. Chimama, yeah, thank you very much. Someone is saying here, kotadi kutanga tambo visa ED. Imimi Chimama kuda kutinya kufundisa too much. You're asking too many questions here, and they demoralize us. This is what I'm seeing. People are saying.
Okay, let me answer that.
You are now demoralizing. You're now demoralizing the masses.
Yeah. Let me answer that.
And also, sorry. So look, Mama, sorry. Can you also just help answer this? Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Simba, for
thank you, Hot Seat. Yeah.
I also just would like to, Mama, to also please answer the allegations that Nyoka Bunu posed on his channel, that Chimama is now behaving this way because she was now rejected in part of the processes that they were organizing, and she's been basically doing a smear campaign against him, like kind of what she's doing to him. So I'd like her to also answer those allegations as well. Thank you, Simba.
Okay. So the first question that Simba asked. Someone else.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So the first question that you asked me was Chimamama di Tambu Peza.
Timbo visa Mnangagwa first. Let's unite and remove Mnangagwa first. Tozozuona pa second stage.
Right. Per second stage, State House. This is the time to get them to account. First of all, there is an allegation in 30 million rands that was donated for M31 protest. Where is the money? How did they spend it? Akabata 1 million, 3 million. If they cannot account for a protest, 109. How about Nika? They need to account the same way they are saying Shigananga must account. They are not prone to scrutiny. Okay, I'll answer the second question. In the first call, Geza, I bought in straight away. Simbono Zivande, we are pano, Guru, whatever. I was for Idim Nangabu school. No to 2030, no to dynasty. I was very vocal. Time let's work together. I heeded to that call. Later I hit to that call. The first person I was asking for Nyoka Yamabunu's phone number. Ndakabvunza my comrades ana Matibela. Ndokumbira kuti mundipe number zamabhunu. I got the number. Nyoka Yamabunu. I'm doing a press conference. Yekuti ED must go. I'll be in Joburg. Chichi, do you want to come? I sent him 6,000 rands. That's fine. He came. We had a beautiful press conference. Akataura passionately. And I'm very outspoken. With him, I thought we are just going to be a powerful voice. Simoka by fire. Right? Then goodbye. I'm staying in a hotel, whatever. Everything's paid for. He goes back to town where he stays. The next morning I wake up. Chimama, you must see. Someone sent me Rumbi Uncensored is insulting me. Chimama has been paid. Chimama is this. Then I said, who is sponsoring this smear campaign? I asked myself. I just couldn't get it. I could not get it. Next night for nearly 5 hours. I did not do anything to him. If I am CIO, maybe I would have poisoned him. He would be dead by now. But we were safe together for over 4 hours. Bye was okay. I have decided to sleep over. And then the next few hours after that, ndakakushaudwa. I just didn't understand. Simba ukanitumira 10 pounds mangwana handifumi ndichikutuka mani. It's unethical. And then I had to think kuti there is someone behind Geza. Ndakabvunza vanhu ndikatora phone ndikafonera Kasukwere. Pane munhu ari kundituka. Vanarume vari kundituka. Akangonditi no 3 times. Normally he would call me back. Ndakabvunza Walter Mzemi ndiri kushaudwa. What is going on? Then I just sort of like pulled back. Hey, chimama vari kupiwa mari. Handina kana mari ndakapiwa na chimama ine. She's lying. Yeah, chichembere icho. Chinongogara chishandika. Isisati mari yenyu tinoda simba renyu chete. I've got those audios ndakama compiler and I'm going after him. Then vanhu vepa YouTube. Chimama ihure, chimama muroi, chimama this, a big smear. And I said, it's fine. Lies have got short legs. That's what I always tell myself. Lies have short legs. Then and whatever. Then he started now. So, you know, the thing is, let's at whatever cost, I don't care about this Chimama. Let's put it on the side. Let us move this Chimama. Simba iwewe last year I arranged my protest madzimai. We are 8.7 million women in Zimbabwe. Ndaka arrange to my protest after I did the rainform thing. Toda kupinda ma police station ine evidence yandakaita gather. Tibvunze kuti why chivaya siri kusungwa. Zvikanzi hakuna munhu anoprotesta. Zvese izvi counter intelligence masere or imi. Zvikanzi ende ndinobva ndasapota post yakaitwa namajairos achiti yeye ndoda kuprotesta chichi. Ana chimama namajairos masere chichi. Zviripo. There is digital footprint. Anyway, no vanata regedza iti vasiye vaite ndasuduruka uchafa nditumirwa mapicture ema soldier achirova munhu kusvika afa videos to threaten me and 13 men and my WhatsApp phone calls aipinda because number yangu yakaiswa mugroup rake. At that time I think yanga in about 50,000 people phoning me. I never changed my line. I said I will beat this abuse. Nekuti vakadzi vano silencwa in politics. So today, I see enyoka yemabhunu. Zvaakandiitira zviri kuitika kwaari 100-fold. He then comes and says, vana chimama vazodai. Indakapeta muso wangu ndikaisa pakati pemagaro. And I watch Karma do his thing. Just like that. So because I became a beneficiary of that abuse, I do not subscribe to those people taking over the country. I don't.
Okay, so Mama, so you basically your feelings towards Geza has been affected because of Nyoka Yemabu and not specifically about what Geza has. You've changed your mind about Geza because you want to be specific because it seems as if it's kind of personal a little bit. I'm sorry if I'm wrong.
It's okay. I'll answer it. So Nyoka Yemabu is working with Kasukwere. What atrocities did Kasukwere leave Zimbabwe? So the VP Chiwenga said we are removing people around Mugabe, and he sees Tabakuita energy Geza revolution to bring back Vanaka Super. There's now a faction between Anonzani Nox Chivero and Geza. Nox Chivero Shamsika Buddha for me Masoja. There is a faction already because it's no longer what it used to be. Okay? So is this information why this behavior? Why this desperation? And I personally will not stop talking. By all means do that. I'm not stopping anyone. But I'm telling you, could have been a beneficiary of their abuse, and I believe they won't be a good government. That's why I'm asking questions. In the event that this thing does pull through, who is going to be top leadership? Tell us.
Thank you so much, Mama, for your submission. Let's try and move on. We have someone, Ben Tag, who's raised his hand. Ben, you can take the mic.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Kos. Thank you, thank you, Simba, for the opportunity. Look, I hear what Chimama is, this is exactly the tragedy with us Zimbabweans. I've been trying to resolve this issue. Yeah, tinayo. Mukatesa bayendo yangu hapo Bentuge Chimama Zimai, mazita ari apa anongotaridza kuti somehow toneka kutya was funded by intimidation anoitika after taita share our opinions or views or what is it that we demand by kunyika yedu. So ndikudzwa Chimama zvaari kutaura, but she is also sharing with us her experiences. And the experience yake anoti iri kureva kuti vana Geza they most likely to treat the very same people vari kuda kuti vaite vasonongorwe the same way she was treated. I kind of have a problem with that as well, because this is a personal experience based on a personal zvaakaona iye zvatisingasivi isusu. She's just confirming. Akana vana nyukama yemabhuno vakapiwa 30 million, and these are allegations. They've got to account. So the question that she is asking valid, and I'm sure zingavi hazo zinhu zvatingati she's asking pertinent questions, but my questions are muri kubvunza imimi Chimama ndoona sekuti munoita demoralize the masses, because right now people are listening. They no longer are now have the interest of taking part, participating based on what you've just said, because murikut mufungidzire kuti vanhu ava vachange vari vabvisa Mnangagwa vachange vari a good government. Muri kukonfirma here kuti vari kuti ivo kana vange vapinda kana kuti Mnangagwa wabvisa ndo vachapinda pasimba panenge pa-State House. Muri kutipa experience yenyu enga here kana kuti iri genuine concerning ne-treatment yatichapiwa isusu semaZimbabweans, because I feel like munenge munotaura chokwadi, but mune ma-mixed emotions, personal nenyaya yekuti pamwe mune interest yatati kupovo. At the same time, imimi Chimama wacho mune chii chamuri kuita to counter what the Geza, because this is the right time. We all want Mnangagwa to go, and you included. So what is it that you have done that you can show to put on the platform rather than coming and say, vana Mnangagwa, so vana Geza vakadai, inini, I'm putting this platform, I'm putting these ideas, so that vanhu vakompare, and inini, I've got this platform to prove that these people, there won't be a good government. Yes, you actually say it. And sorry, let me finish. And correctly, rightfully so, you say it, they are not taking account. Ekufa kutanadza mara vari kupi zvezvakaitika kupisirwa dzimba kudambura maoko. Fair enough. But amusiri kuona here kuti probably ingangova nyaya yekuti there is no time to talk about all that. All what we want is for Mnangagwa to go. After Mnangagwa is gone, then it was racist kuti munhu nemunhu anotora responsibility of what actually happened, what they participated in, especially Vanakasukwere. Thank you so much, Ross.
Thank you very much. Chimama, you have like 1 minute to rebut that and we move on. Thank you very much.
Okay, so what I would say is if Itai Dzamara was alive, would you ask him the same question? Aren't you personalizing this thing? Munachikudza itu ndakatorwa ndikadirwa maacid ndikamhanya ndikaenda kuMozambique ndikazodai ndakugara kuZambia. Would you not, when he says to you, this is what ZANU-PF has done to me, would you say to him, are you not personalizing this thing? That's all.
Thank you very much for your submission. Can we have respect or Resek? Resek?
Okay. Thank you very much. It's like the mood of Chimama is the mood that I have. But the difference between me and Chimama is that Chimama is dragging the revolution of others. We are in a democratic Zimbabwe. If you observe that you may not be part of the team, do like what we are doing. We have remained quiet, see what they are doing, let them try their project. When you are now trying to speak too much. It is now appearing as if now we are throwing stones within their own project, because there are revolutions that are going to come. We are people from the opposition. Let me tell you, from the Chamisa side, we believe that our time will come, but what they are doing, we are going to further work on that. Revolutions are successful. They come and go, and they will never. We are the ones who will die and leave them going. So the principle is those who want to fight for the struggle, let them go. And like what you said, Chimama, you motivated a lot of people to support the struggle. When you think General was okay, you went there. But now you moved away from that, you left the people there. And how did you manage to come and now tell them that now this general is bad, when you once told them they are good? Then it becomes a problem then. And we have seen your relations between Nyoka Mabuni and yourself. It seems that there is a personal issue there between the two of you. So we encourage you to try to sort out some of the personal issues so that everything can be okay. And the number one thing is that we have told you before that so there is no need to say Kasukuere and what, because Zirimudanga is just the same faction that has got some problems. So what I am trying to do is we understood, we are understanding what we are saying, but sometimes don't change like a chameleon every day. A stable person should stand by one post, not to change here and there. Tomorrow is there. You tell people come here. We still remember when you came from Chamisa, we said yes, it's okay. You moved out. You are coming back again. We are coming to this. So try to be a little bit stable, because some of the people who are down there, they watch the movement of people silently, but some of us, we don't think that the people can see what is happening. This is the same thing which is happening to Opo. That he was Zanpeg, they came back, now he's coming back, diluting. Yes, we salute you, but internally, we know who you are, all of you. So look at what Chamisa has done. He distances himself from Geza, but he's not throwing stones. But if the opposition person with a lot of power and people is not throwing stones, who are we to throw stones on others? If people like Jamisa are not throwing stones on those people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss Chimama. You have 3 seconds to read that. Thank you.
Okay, so I think it's world over. People can move from one political party to the other. When ideologies and ideas change, people move. VP Chiwenga himself said he's not in the Geza revolution. Chamisa himself said he's not in. Chavutwa. So should I then, to show you or to prove to you that I'm stable, remain there? Just because ndakati ndoda support a Geza revolution. If I don't subscribe to their idea of not taking care of those that have been arrested, I will no longer support, because there are no red flags.
Okay, thank you, Mama. Cruz Mavinike Dube, can you go ahead? Cruz?
Hello, can you hear me properly?
Okay,
yes,
we also have, just so that you know, co-host, we have
okay, how are you guys? I just want to address some of the issues when it comes to Geza's approach, and also like try to move on to what Chimama has been saying. So I feel like in Geza's approach, there is need for accountability of the past that has been done by ZANU-PF, which Mama pointed out that there has to be.
If you can increase volume, try and increase volume if you can, please.
Okay, I'm saying the accountability of what has been done by ZANU-PF has to be there, because we cannot support someone who doesn't account for the past injustice that they have done. And I feel like people now need to get that into a more spectrum where people can understand what happened to the people and everything. And I feel like even on his approach. Sorry.
Isaac, please can you mute your mic, please? You're bringing feedback. Please mute your mic, Isaac, until it's your turn to speak. Thank you.
So I understand that the concerns of Geza. Yes, I'm worried about the potential for instability.
My Nana, please mute your mic. My Nana, please mute your mic. Continue, Cruz. Folks, please can you just mute your mic until it's your turn to speak? Otherwise, it brings feedback and we can't hear anything. Thank you very much. Continue, Cruz.
Can you? Okay, fine. So the issue is about accountability within ZANU-PF injustice, and also taking note of why Geza has not been getting support or like full support is because we have questionable motivations within his approach, because we know that people might think it's driven by personal ambition or factional interest rather than a genuine desire for reform. Because if we feel like this is a genuine desire for reform, it has to be a people's thing. And why now Geza comes in there wearing a soldier's uniform, it now comes into, is it a factional thing within ZANU-PF? Because at the end of the day, we would believe that soldiers are into ZANU-PF, because at the end of the day, soldiers do not support the masses of the people. So now getting into what we feel like, what I feel like if Geza has to do for us to believe him and hold a credible approach is that he has been mobilizing support, and which is something that we have been lacking in Zimbabwe, to actually say someone who can lead the people, and that is what he's doing. And also he's holding leaders accountable. He's holding like Mnangagwa, he's holding Tagwiri, he's holding Chivai accountable for the actions that they've done, and which is something that we need in a country, to say that we have someone who is accusing and against the government officials, to put pressure on them and also to respond to things that have been done. So I believe that if he addresses the accountability part of ZANU-PF, we can get a perspective that we can say, okay, fine, this person is okay, fine, they want to address the issues of abuses and injustice. Two, if they have to actually give us a spectrum where we can feel that this is not a personal agenda or a faction within ZANU-PF, because at the end of the day, people do not want ZANU-PF to be in power. We want something that is for the people, for the masses. That's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you so much. Wait, folks, please, when you're done, please can you just drop, because we have a lot of people waiting to come in. Can we have Clifford, please, to go on? Clifford, you can take the mic.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. I think personally, let's have this Geza revolution. Let's focus on the Geza revolution, because we all know there is a cause for this revolution, which is the Ganangas, which is corruption, which is change of constitution. Because if ZANU-PF extends the constitution to 2030, remember, it will be unstoppable. Zogera to Mugabe era, he ruled for 37 years. So this is no longer a Geza revolution. It's not a ZANU-PF revolution. It's not a Triple C revolution. It's our own revolution to defend our constitution. Saga, salvation, sometimes it comes with a price, and it's a process. Saga, one by one, step by step, it's a stage. This is the second stage of the revolution, and it takes time. We need to be patient. Remember, until it was a weak link. Because after Mugabe, we had ED. And ED, who knew after 7 years, but we had someone who ruled for 37 years, digitaza. So bit by bit, we are getting to our weak link. Then those who strike the opposition. Now ED in 7 years, Chato Shekachim. And the next president, nothing stays forever under the sun. Saka we change bit by bit. Let's just focus on the revolution. Then is also we are now losing focus. And we have people like Mama who said on one ground.
My Nana, please mute your mic. Continue, Clifford. Thank you.
All right, so I'm saying let's not have people who are confused. Because I remember, in fact, I really know that as a democratic person, you have values. You can't wake up the next day and say, I'm no longer supporting this revolution. What are you doing? So what's there already? Let's support it. Because guys, it's very, very, very difficult to remove ZANU-PF. So Pagaita, a smoke, let's join that smoke until we find our own link. It's going to be difficult. We do not have an opposition. We do not. The Geza revolution. What's next? The offer so far Chamisa is being a guy and post my Bible verses. Can we really rely on Bible verses? But action, need action. So can I see someone action in the ground? Let's join. Tombomira who create a confusion among ourselves. So let's focus, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Clifford. My Nana, you can go ahead.
Sorry, hot seat. We just after mine, and we also have Chief Shoshe on video, so who will be joining outside of Twitter space. You'll be on video. So yeah, mine, Nana, go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, good morning, everyone. I've been listening to Chimama. Chimama, you are being too personal. You are talking about the zvakaitika pamuri, makaitwa this, makaitwa that. Hamuna chamuri kutaura chiri productive. My thinking is kuti for now, chiripo for now, what we want is Mnangagwa and Zvigananda to go. And the only who has a voice, arikutaura nezvazvo, openly to everyone, is Geza. So we have to follow him, because hakuna mumwe munhu arikutaura kunze kwa Geza. Kuitira chani mazuva arikuita zvemabhaibheri ake, late now he doesn't have a political party, akangogara kuprazi kwake kana kumusha kwake. I don't know where he is, we don't even know where he is. And then we're still saying kuti zvoni, the only hope yatinayo as Zimbabweans is Geza. Because at least ndiye munhu arikubuda pachena ega. We don't have anyone else. We are desperate. Kana muri desperate, kana munhu uri desperate to get out, you do chaunongoona kuti ichi chinenge chinoita kuti tibude umo. Because what we don't want now, hatisi kuda division, hatisi kuda zvimwe zvinhu. What we are focusing on now is Mnangagwa to go. And he has to go today. Zvigananda taneta nekuvhariwa mutauni umo, achipinda mutauni voona maLamborghini and stuff, kumba iwewe hakuna kana chinhu. And there's only Geza, an 80-year-old man who's saying kuti zvinhu izvi, it's a no. Chamisa was there. He's even there. Haana kana one day raakambotaura to this deep. Anongotaura maverses, anongotaura this, we don't want corruption, but haana kumbobvira apointa kuti this up and up and up. It's only Geza. So I don't think kuti zviri kutaura mana Chimama kuti this. Inini personally, I think Chimama, you had your own agendas, you had your own issues. Muri kutsvaga kunoita kuita chigaro. Otherwise, you are going to be the next Chigananda Chimama if you are not careful. It's like kutsvaga kunoita kuti mupinde mugozowana mapositions, of which we are not looking for positions. We are just kuda kutsvaga relevance. Tiri kuda munhu anogona kutaura as it is and put it into action. And the only person who's saying it is Geza. Tingataure zvimwe zvinhu zvese tigoda kuita sei tigoda kudidi. But for now, our only hope is Geza. And we have to stand with him as Zimbabweans. And I think if you remember, Geza, you said there's a ZANU-PF and there's a ED count, the Zvigananda. Zvigananda is ZANU-PF. Zvigananda, they are Zvigananda, and they are saying we don't want that Zvigananda. These people, varimu old ZANU-PF. Those people they want to leave something for us. They don't want to, because they see they've messed up. Now they want to leave something better for Zimbabwe. Because vakasiya zvakadai so obviously, like my generations mangani to come, they will suffer because of this. They are trying their best. I think we just have to support, because hakuna chimwe nimi Chimama murungotaura, but there's no action, like tangible action. You're just there kungotaura like, but antiskona any action. The only person arukuya any action Geza. I think that's all I have to say for now.
Okay, thank you very much. We've got on video. Right, we've got on video Chief Shoshe and Sharo. Chief Shoshe, one after the other. Chief Shoshe Tipe ka 2 minutes, can you Sharo, and then you come in, please.
Thank you, Simba. Thank you, everyone. My 2 minutes will start after I say what I want to say about Advocate Chamisa, because I think he's getting a lot of unfair criticism, and I think someone somewhere will need to come in and say something about that. Advocate Chamisa, if he would do what Geza is doing today, you would not last an hour outside jail. They will throw him in jail and throw away the keys. And that's what they've been waiting for. He doesn't have the same protection, the same insulation that Comrade Geza has. And I know he might have made a statement, but what did people expect? What did people, people want President Chamisa or Advocate Chamisa to say, I am working with Geza? You would be in jail if he had done that. So I think there's a lot that is happening behind the scenes that may not be discussed. Strategies are not discussed in public. I know people want to hear everything, see everything, but once a strategy is discussed in public, then it ceases to be a strategy. Now, to what I wanted to say about the Geza issue, I will focus on the main issue, which is Geza and this revolution. Because if we begin to speak about individuals and so forth, then we'll end up losing the whole plot. We know that what Comrade Geza has done or is doing is deeply divided the nation. There are people that are supporting him, there are people that are not supporting him. I myself, even though I come from the opposition, a former opposition leader or part of the leadership, rather, I unashamedly am standing with Comrade Geza. I support him, and whether what he's doing is going to be successful or not, it doesn't matter. I'll still be able to walk tall after that and say, I did something. I supported someone who was trying to stop a rogue leader from extending his term, bastardizing the constitution, changing the constitution, and maybe installing an outright monarch. So I'm supporting Comrade Geza on that basis. And I think that's where we are missing it as Zimbabweans, that we are now focusing on other things and forgetting the main issue here. The main issue is we have a president who wants to change our constitution, not a ZANU-PF constitution. This is our constitution that we fought for. Those who voted no, yes, you know what I'm talking about. We fought for this, and the constitution is there. And the constitution that they want to change is a national constitution and not a ZANU-PF constitution. So this now transcends ZANU-PF politics. It's now national politics. So now the question I'm asking the people that are against what Comrade Geza is doing is, at what stage, at what time, at what point do you want to start opposing, or do you intend to stop Emerson Mnangagwa from extending his term? Because right now, I don't see anyone doing anything. Opposition has been heavily infiltrated, and it's demobilized. Nobody's doing anything. Civic society has also been heavily infiltrated. You see what the POV bill that was passed. It's meant to dismantle civic society. So nothing, no opposition is coming from civic society. You look at labor, which used to be very strong, ZCTU, it has also been heavily infiltrated. It's no longer in existence. There's nothing that is coming from ZCTU and any other labor movements. That leaves the people of Zimbabwe, us, the citizens. What are we doing? Have we started doing anything to stop Emerson Mnangagwa from extending his term? I'm not seeing anything. So right now, it's only Comrade Geza and his other comrades that are doing something to stop ED. Because the way I see it, if we allow ED to go on unchallenged, it becomes 2030. And I'm telling you, it won't be just 2030. He's not talking about 2030. He literally wants to make himself life president, or his son will be the next one, or his cousin will be the next person to become president. So is that what we want? At one time, Dr. Richard Morgan Changirai said, Mazimbabweans, Asata Tambura. And I want to repeat those same words again with Asata Tambura. If Emerson Mnangagwa gets in, if we allow him to walk in and extend his term, it won't be for 2 years, it will be for many years. He will suspend elections. Who will stop him if Geza cannot stop him? If his other comrades cannot stop him? All of us here, I don't see anyone who is going to stand up and stop ED after his term has been extended. So I think the main focus here should be on us trying to see what we can do with Comrade Geza. I know people are talking about who is going to be the president, is there going to be a transitional authority or not, or what? We should be coming up with processes that may allow our demands to be taken in. We should be making those demands. We should be questioning Comrade Geza and these other people. And I think some people have been doing that. And I think citizens can actually come up with mechanisms, whether there will be committees, citizen committees that will be, brought up, and then they go and sit down with the war veterans led by Comrade Geza, and they make their demands that this is what we want. We support what we are doing, Comrade Geza, but we're not going to take the nonsense that you did to us in 2017, that we fight by your side, we get in the streets, and we remove Emerson Mnangagwa and ZANU PF. And then immediately after that, you say Chinu Chedu. Those are the demands that the people, the citizens, should be asking. And there are many ways that people can organize themselves. We just need to organize ourselves, and we make those demands. But we cannot be fighting each other while we allow a free pass to Emerson Mnangagwa to extend his term, because we will not be able to remove him. So I think as citizens, let's focus, let's look at the bigger picture and make sure that we do what we have to do as citizens. If we have to make demands, let's make those demands. But I personally am supporting what Comrade Geza is doing, and I'm doing everything that I can to make sure that the shutdown that he has called for is a success. Thank you, Simba.
Right.
Hello, Simba.
Right. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah. Next year, please.
most of us, background, pane a different mood. Pane a totally different mood. Geza vakati he's gonna lead from the front. Guys, this guy is over 80 years old. So take a chemera kuti Mugabe mudhara akomberedzwa nezvigananda vakabviswa vanakasukwera. Iye zvino idhi akomberedzwa nezvigananda young people. Akabviswa Geza is old also. He's gonna be, kukomberedzwa nevanhu vari young as well. So we are creating a big mistake. Yet it's not going to. But what I like is that there's digital footprint. Zvamuri kutaura, zvandiri kutaura, mangwana tinozoona kuti angari right ndiani. Many thanks.
Thank you so much.
Right,
Chimama.
I think we do have someone pinned up a video. Chimwata has been waiting. Actually, he's been coming and going. Could we have him quickly and then so he can go quickly? Chimwata, shoot.
Yellow corporate. Yeah, my suggestion, this is not the rightful time as Zimbabweans to fight ourselves being divided like what these British and world settlers did there during their colonial era. They used that tactic called divide and rule tactic. That's why we are still being divided, causes troubles, chaos, and instability politically and economically in the Zimbabwe, or Africa and Zimbabwe in particular. So I urge all Zimbabweans to be firm, stand together, unite, and not being used like what our fellow comrades being used, like Comrade Geza and his team. And to fight Comrade Idim Nangagwa right now, he is in his second term in office, but it's too early to fight him because look, we are in 2025. His second term will collapse or end in 2028. Why we just not wait and see if that is the motto or in his idea? So our fellow Zimbabweans, they are just power hungry. That's why they are saying, 2030 is too far. Mnangagwa is just want to do so. He's young. After this Comrade Geza and his team, they are making man through this chaos and the instability politically. I want to urge or remembering my fellow Zimbabweans about the Henry Kissinger draft of 1966, which said each and every country, each and every African country, which took his or their country through the bar of gun, we must collapse or destroy their economy. Right now in Zimbabwe, we are economically not independent. So we have to fight. We must be united to fight for ourselves to gain that economic independence. That's why we are being used. All those people who are being pointed, Ningi is wrong, is doing this, is doing this, is doing this. They are pointing the wrong people. They are very people who are causing this economic era in Zimbabwe, downfall of our economy, whatever. They are the British, the white people, the white settlers. I'm not saying I'm racist. Some people can quote me wrong. No, but the Henry Kissinger draft of 1966, if you look at it, I want to give an example again. Donald Trump in power right now. He just used the 1979 draft. They are just using those drafts up and time and again. That's why we are still having these problems. But if you are being used and being divided, we never achieve anything. Even Geza right now come into the office, and these tactics are still used. We never have economic independence. I want also to give an example of Guatemala incident. What happened in Guatemala after they gained independence politically? They were being cheated again, pacified again, told that this part which is took the country through the bar of gun is wrong, we are doing so and forth. But they put it aside, put an opposite part. What happened to Guatemala right now? They are still suffering. So I urge you all, Zimbabwe, not to be used. We must be united, stand firm. Africa is Africa. Zimbabwe is Zimbabwe. Britain is Britain. Britain, America, China, whatever country, they will never love us as Zimbabweans if we hate ourselves. That's the truth. China will be here to take money from Zimbabwe to build their country. As well, British, Americans, Australians, and which and every country which will come in Zimbabwe, they will never come to build our country. They will just come to take our wealth and run away with them. So as Zimbabweans, we are the very people who have that mandate to build our nation. Thank you.
Right. Who is next? Thank you very much, Chimwata.
I should be next, Simba.
Okay, shoot, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I Simba, what do you say?
What say?
Now, what's
yeah,
it? Boy, I know I tweeted on a few things, but I like you. You know, but what I'm going to say, I'm gonna please you. Chimama is my home girl at the same time.
No, please, no. You need to release your views. We're not here to.
It's not gonna please
this is not a political space. Yeah.
We don't have to kill each other. Yeah, I know. We don't have to kill each other for differences. What I'm going to say here is. Chowadi chacho from deep down my heart. Geza, I'm going to Geza in May 31, I'll Geza. I would Pindam Street in a Gamapinam Street to Macha to enter the State House. The army will protect you, it will remove Mnangagwa, and this it didn't work. Then now, I'll Geza food is in the parliament. Takuita impeachment. You know, to die is now shut down. I'm going to guess it as she Kwamuri van, which means Wuti Akuro. I kind of wonder 1969. Very young, a teenager, and you know they spend more 10 years. If you go, say you go at 18 years, 10 years in the bush, you are 28. You know they lost all their lives. And you guys still think, Geza is gonna help you. I don't know what this generation is of. It's a very bad generation. Of course, I support my president, Emerson Mnangagwa, in ZANU-PF. But guys, I'm just going out to Geza. I don't go Geza regime. You know, after Zaramba's shutdown is going to Ajagudi. Why can't you help yourselves? You know, Akura. This Geza revolution will never. But one thing I like about the Geza revolution is I want to congratulate my president, Emerson Mnangagwa, for destroying the opposition, which was treacherous. From the issues of this opposition, opposition is nationalistic in terms of if you are looking opposition, you know, is in America or not sanctions would destroy Niga. But opposition, you know, maybe Geza will be that kind of opposition we are looking of. I like Geza for coming up. He will give us the real revolution we want. Because not opposition we want. Because I can go find MK, EFF, Yamalema, because in terms of ideological grounding is same. Because it's supposed to Africa. Product one ideological grounding, you go to Ufumi we niga or niga devan matema. And the Vanvatema, Fanurambaki, very my viewers of food and growers of water. What I'm saying is, I was going to take it out of Gubura, no under uni for them. And it, Tofana in charge. Isaka Geza will be very good as an opposition leader. Actually, I'm going to encourage him to become an opposition leader. Was and got him Sangano but Rewondo. But the Anachano consider Gugitra because is there no way he's gonna remove Comrade Emerson Mnangagwa, our president? Chini Chagarugwa Mozambique, 1980. Mamsa Maswagwa doing Comrade Emerson, the president Mnangagwa, right on the hair apparent. Light to Zikangu is going to take over from RG. The Pagati Yanga contradictions. He was the one who was going, he was the anointed leader to take over. So, yeah, Geza is welcome in the opposition politics. But guys, I'm just lending. Geza, I don't time right time. If you want to, I know no Torah no boy. Geza is going to help you to remove ZANU-PF and our president. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Who's next? Is it? Can we have stun assassin? Thank you.
Can you hear me clearly?
You're very faint, but can you guys close your mics if you're not talking? There's like feedback.
right. So basically,
we can't hear you. No, you're too far away.
If you're, do you have earphones on? If you have earphones on, this why can you try to remove them?
Okay, let me. How's it now?
Okay, it's still okay. Try sort out your tech, and then we'll try have another speaker on. For now, can we have Rizo?
Hello, mamukasi watereri. Ndofunga dai tikambo vanhu vakadhakwa panapa ngavambosiya revolution ipedze zvevanhu vakadhakwa nemapersonal issues ngazvisuduruke titange tapedza revolution iripo. Ndo my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rizo. Can we have Power, please? Power, can you go ahead?
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Thank you. Geza revolution. Geza has raised a very important points when he was speaking earlier when I was listening this morning. Geza, I think what he really wants is the support of the people. Even in 2017, when Mugabe was removed, they had to take the people to march in the streets of Harare. Because anything that people do, you need the support of the people so that other countries that are surrounding, they can as well actually join in. We all know that in Africa, coups are not allowed at all. If there's any coup, they don't support it. So I think that's the direction that Geza wants to take us to. There are people who are really supporting Geza, according to my understanding right now. I'm sure the army is divided. But the thing is, they can't just go in and say, Mnangagwa pick and go. People has to go into the street and support actually, so that it will then look like it's an uprising. Then the army, they do their thing. But the major problem that we are going to face is the army is divided. There is army for Mnangagwa, there is for the vice president. So whoever takes the first step, win it all. The advantage of Mnangagwa is that he is in power. So people cannot raise and say, no, I'm in support of this. It's going to be very difficult. And once again, I heard Mama also complaining this. To me, according to everything that she said, I think they are just personal. I think they are just personal. That's what I think. There's another previous speaker who was saying ZANU-PF. We have heard all these things, all this where people are there planted. If there's any revolution that other people want to raise, they come, they seem like they want to join it. Later on, they step back. It's all about people trying to get relevance, to stand up and get positions. That's how I actually understand it. We hear that people are now saying, the British, what the previous speaker was also saying, mentioning about the British. Come on, did the British give Chifayo 800 million rands? I don't know. Actually, you can clearly see that as Zimbabweans, we are a true reflection of our leaders. If there's anyone who wants to fight for a change, so for a new status quo, so that we can be compared to other countries that are surrounding us. If you look at Zimbabweans, they are all over South Africa, Botswana. We are all over. We are everywhere. And actually, we have lacked respect. No one respects us as Zimbabweans because of the way we think. If you look at Botswana, for instance, they changed their government. They gave the opposition an opportunity to lead. But what happened in Botswana that they were forced to change their leadership? Nothing of significance that people can say, no, they were like this, the economy was fucked. No. Nothing was like that. Botswana has not been in the situation that we are in as Zimbabweans. But you hear somebody say, no, Bamberi, that's what we support. Supporting this kind of rubbish. We just need a change of government. To me personally, I don't care who is the leader, is it a ZANU-PF member, an opposition or whatever. What we simply want is we want good care services. We want hospitality to go back as the people of Zimbabwe. We want dignity. That's all what we want. And in Zim, you can clearly see that people can support personality. Why would you be supporting people? I don't get it. We are not united, or people just support to say, no, Gambo, Pingambo, Yao. And what's that? We can't be going backwards. You want to do something to fight for the people of Zimbabwe. You have other Zimbabweans fighting you, dragging you back. It's really tough. It's really tough. What we really want is this revolution to come to pass. Let us remove this Mnangagwa. The constitution that is being changed is our constitution. It's not the ZANU-PF constitution. The previous speaker said it. If we leave it to say, okay, fine, let's leave Geza. No, these guys are not accountable. Yes, this. And then what next? We leave Mnangagwa to go on with the 23rd. Because if you are not part of supporting this revolution, then you are part of supporting the Mnangagwa to continue bastardizing the constitution. And I don't really understand the way level of thinking the Zimbabweans. I don't know. Thank you, everybody. I think I'll end here.
All right, thank you very much. Power, working now? Power, is your phone working now?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
If we can actually amplify this, let everyone stay at home on the 22, the 23, and let this continue. I know people are suffering out there. Some, that's if you look at the setup in Zimbabwe, there's Mabanditi for ED, Makorokoza for this, kind of all these things. Mnangagwa is somebody who is there. He planned all these things. He planned this thing and actually is executing it step by step. So we should also be very careful. We should be very, very careful, because if we let this go, obviously the sun is going to take off, and it will be very difficult. And revolution is something that is continuous. If we support Geza today, if they take over and we feel that no, these guys are not doing what we actually want them to do, we uprise again and we take them out. This is the only way we can exercise our power and see that this thing is really possible. Tomorrow we have another government, we are able to remove it. So if we can't remove this one now, we can't unite to remove Mnangagwa right now, definitely we are going to be ruled forever. We're going to be ruled forever. We'll continue to fold our hands. Look at other countries. I would like to give a typical example with Botswana. Botswana was a very poorest country. Imagine if you drive your car from Botswana into Zimbabwe. By the border, you pay almost $100 to get into. But if you drive a Zim plate to drive into Botswana, you pay only 80 pula. Look the difference. And 80 pula is something that is it's less than 10 US dollars. Yeah, something like that. 8 pula is it's less than $1, in fact. Yeah. So I don't get it. Botswana has got 1 mineral. Zimbabwe has got 63 minerals. And we go out to Asia to call people, to call the Chinese to come and loot. Nothing that comes out of it. Each and every day, people are dying in our hospitals. Look at what happened. Pingis died because he wanted painkillers to ease the pain, and there's nothing. There was not even power. Imagine. We are not going anywhere. We are not going anywhere. No, thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. I end here. Another speaker can take off.
Thank you very much. There's a question in my DM. Sorry, Simba. Someone is asking, what are people in the diaspora going to sponsor food and so forth for those who are in Zimbabwe for the shutdown? E.g., muchabatsira here nemari kupa hama dzenyu kumba kuchimbotenga chikafu for 1 week until shutdown is drawn or to situation yakamira sei. Thank you. We can have who wants to go next?
I'm here.
Okay, sorry, Manana.
Okay, I wanted to talk about first. There's something I think as Zimbabweans tadza kuchi realize ne politics dzedu dzemuZimbabwe. ZANU-PF aimbofa yakabviswa nemumwe munhu ari outside ZANU-PF. That's one thing for sure. tikada kutarisa ezvinezvi mukutoona kuti Geza ega ndiane power because ane vamwe vanhu vakamuchengetedza. If it was Chamisa, if it was Biti or Scala or anyone else, zvazvisina mbobudi. So we have to get that into our minds kuti hakuna mumwe munhu anogona kubuditsa ZANU-PF asina rimwe simba raainaro. Because if we look courts edu are captured, apana pasiri captured, like ED is everywhere, like his cancer is everywhere. Katonge mashoshe apana pasina ED, there's ED, mahure for ED, mbava for ED, mawindi for ED, this for ED. He's everywhere. Tinofana kuziva kuti the person we are dealing with akatosiyana navamugabe. Mugabe apane pamwe paanga asina kukepcha. Yes, judiciary yanga kepcha, but pane zvimwe zvanga zvisipo zvaka magepi wai akavharwa na Mnangagwa. So as much as we were saying kuti ngatimirire my elections, we cannot afford another 2 years, 2026, 2027 and 2028 my hatichakwanise kumira kusvika ikoko. Tarisai mafigures anga achitaurwa navaGeza. Mafigures anga achitaurwa kunzi ari kulutiwa in just 7 years. If it was less than kubva 2023 last year but one anditika mafigures ari kutaurwa kunzi mari dzakalutiwa. Let's think kuti can we afford kuti tite imwe gore imwe 2 years those figures dzichilutwa, and now they are doing it zviri pachena without fear, without havasi kutombozvitya, and we say kuti zonino ngatimirirei ma-elections, the elections that we know kuti adzimbofe dzakava free and fair as long as ZANU-PF iripo, as long as ED and Zvigananda are there. We really know that, but we are saying kuti ngatimire. I don't think kuti vanhu vari kuti we are against Geza, ngatidai so Geza this, Geza that, they are for the people or they are for Zimbabwe. I think they are for ZANU-PF and for Mnangagwa. Because honestly, munhu ari kunyatsokuona situation iri kuitika muZimbabwe. Akangonzwa shosho richitaura kuti ED must go now, anotogona kufollowa shosho iroro kusvika atorasika naro. It's better to fail tazama. And I think tikazvitarisa Geza ari kuratidza kuti simba riri matiri as Zimbabweans. When are we going to realize kuti simba riri matiri harisiri muvanhu? Vanogona kuti tikishidzira nepfuti nechi, but tikaenda kuma-streets isusu, if we stand up isusu ma-Zimbabweans, isusu ma-citizens, nothing is impossible. 2017 coup, it was possible because of us. Simba riri kudzoserwa matiri, but we don't see it because isusu tine zvedu zvatiri kutarisa zvatiri kuda, and we're not realizing kuti simba riri kudzoserwa matiri. Every day, every time, we are being reminded kuti simba riri mamuri inini ma-citizens. So I think for Geza, even zvangu personally, I stand with him, and if there's anything that needs to be done, I need to do inini as a Zimbabwean, I will do it, and then ndichazviita nemoyo wese wakaperera, because at least he is the only one. And tinofana kuziva kuti hapana anogona kutora ED like now asina protection yeimwe simba iri superior from the zvatinoziva isusu. That's what I can say for now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my Nana. Ben Tag, sorry, you can continue. You've been holding for a long time. Thank you so much for your patience. You can go on.
Yeah, thank you. It's true. Yeah, I think what Chimama has been saying and saying, I think it's very unfortunate. And Fungoti somebody necessary to chance. That's my opinion. But I also wanted to address on the issue. Previous speakers vachitaura nezvekuti Chamisa this Chamisa kana ngoita sei anobva asungwa avharirwa mukati. It shows, it's proof yokuti we are being led by led by weak leaders. Why I'm saying this, because right now in India, if I were to stage a protest and do kind of jury, no one will talk about me. Blessed about 102 people are in jury. International community, they don't know about these people. But why Chamisa? Chamisa is a weak leader or is not even a leader from the opposition. Because I can tell you, Chamisa kana akamira, akasungwa. Inini, I believe kuti kusungwa kwa Chamisa kuchaita an uprising. It is genuine. Because this is also true to Geza, but at some point, taka support ZANU-PF. Whether Geza support another Kaskwere or support one, but it's also from the opposition. We believe in you because the things that he's talking about are genuine concerns that we have. Change of the constitution. Saka trukudavano vasiri my leaders are strong. Anoti yoga na chimiraga. Chinopataziya kuti uyu amira leader wako tinofanai. So it's also for the problem at Tino, we are babysitting Chamisa. We actually speak on his behalf. Kuta kanaga enda mbiri Chamisa no basongo akabotaura iri kuti andisura enda mbiri because ndicho kusongwa. Why chimtaurira zvotu zaasina kumbotaura iyi. Reason asinga kuti we all the forefront when it comes to my protests and bringing this Babunangagwa government down. Unotorewa bonzo oenda unogara kumba kwako unyarara. Utaura tumavhesi, watorerwa bonzo iwewe. Why ndichiti bonzo because ane 2 million confirmed voters. So iwewe unoenda uchinocampaign ndikuda mavotes kuti uita sei ndite something. Now you have the votes. Ko wakuita sei nemavotes acho iwawo wakugara futi wakuchema andatorwa zvakati. So we've got a leader asina kusarudzwa nevanhu akazvisarudza akazvipira ari kuti hatisiri kuda 2030 nonsense, hatisi kuda a change of the constitution because of ABCD. So it's also from the opposition. We know this is the correct thing. What is behind him or his agenda? Tichazostarisa kumashure, but for now, toda kuti Mnangagwa abve. Saka rallying behind Geza, hatisiri kungoziita blind as blind followers. No, we know what we want. We know what happened in 2017. The same thing that happened in 2017 is the same thing that is likely to happen this year, 2025. But tinenge tave a bit wiser. Takuziva, because the truth is to stand for our country, is to stand for justice. And so now kuramba timboudzwa mastori akawanda hai Geza azodzi saka chibamba akapesera atoita follow up mari akapiwa 30 million unonzani uyu nyoka yemabhunu ari kopi akasungwa vanasimba muri panapa atambodzwa muchitaura kuti nyoka yemabhunu asungwa because ndima journalist but she knows all about 30 million akapiwa. She knows about how they spend that money. She's more like a journalist than an activist because they are activists, right? This is a viable option. We know Geza is a strong figure, very militant, and Zimbabwe. But here are the problems that I have with Geza, ABCD. But before that, indeed, I've got this viable solution that we can actually make use of. It's not going to Geza, but as people. So inini, I personally feel kuti tinawo vanhu vakaita sei zvakaita muchida ataura kuti chakaroka kuMozambique. Nonsense, man. Of course, this is your platform, Simba, and there's nothing I can say. But it's an insult. But this is exactly what you come here and say. In front of us, this and that. It's an insult. Middle finger on our face. Twitter say never no get a say. I'm so society to nyika irikutambura. I'm so society kuti nyika irikutambura. Imimi murukunakirwa nyika nditi saka amuna basa nevana vana vari kuita madrugs avana mabasa. So tukumbiro yedu, of course ungave ne opinion yako as a ZANU-PF supporter whatever, but understand the reasons why we are frustrated and why we are talking about what we are talking about. So Geza revolution is the only one that Togo get a rally behind, and I'm sure everyone would agree with me. Chibomirai vanachimama, Chibomirai please motikangariza. Thank you, Simba. Thank you, Ross.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, but I wanted to just say something about Nyayama Tauraye Baibiri Yoyo Panachami Sapap. And I know that, and I'm aware that people do criticize him on that. But my boys were good Bible no shande. I'm not a preacher myself in any way. I'm not religious, but you know, I'm saying it, folks, so that you know the the crazy journalism that you've seen me do, which has included the production of the Gold Mafia documentary, was done using Bible verses. I mean, literally. Kutoshandisa my Bible verse, wow. And you know, there was one time when I managed to go into conversations, join conversations of the Gold Mafia, which included a whole cabinet minister, foreign affairs minister level of a person called Harry Kalaba. You can Google this, by the way. Harry Kalaba is one of the mafias, and he was fronting for the Gold Mafia in Zambia. He's someone who is very senior in politics. But do you know, I was able to enter his conversations remotely using my Bible verse. I mean, within minutes, within less than 2 minutes. And I was able to continue speaking with him for a whole month. Digitora my secrets, digipedza my sports. And what we're talking about here is not about the exposure of a scandal, gold, but we're talking about exposure, rigging, election rigging, not in one country, but in multiple countries. An exposure that has actually now brought real change. I mean, you've seen the kind of work that I've done, even beyond the Gold Mafia. At least 3 SADC countries are free as we speak. They've had smooth transition of power, where there's not even one bird that was killed. And those countries are functioning very well. Malawi is one of them. Malawi has done way better than even Zimbabwe infrastructure development. That is a country that I worked hand in hand with the information minister Moses Kinkuyu before he was minister, and we worked to expose the Mutharika regime until these guys got into power. Zambia is another one. Look at how things have changed in Zambia so suddenly in a space of months after taking over from Lungu. I'm the one who did the last phone call to Edgar Lungu when he was president. And you know what? I was using my Bible verse. Okay. And same thing that has happened to Botswana, right? There's not even a rat that was killed in Botswana. And look at the current president who's come into Botswana. And things are working. We're going to talk about 3 SADC countries. So I just wanted to just chip in to say I struggle when people say go to my Bible verse Ashande, because do you know, when you're dealing with criminals like the level of Wanamnangago, you need to be smart, you need to be sharp, you need to be determined. You're not dealing with a character who is a human being. Grace talked about him that kuvira 1980 munhu uyu aida kuita coup. So if you're going to deal with Mnangagwa, it's either you've got military power as a military player, or you use other methods. You go into retreat. You become an idiot while you're fighting, by the way. Right. So let's hear others. Thank you very much. Just wanted to chip in there. Just to say, look, folks. Shoot. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to respond to your. I didn't say Bible verses are saying they no. Ndikuti ineni. Kana tichitaura nezveBhayibheri. Thank you so much, Simba, because you just revealed to us. We did know you were also reading the Bible. Uchiita basa rako. Ndikuti chamisa ita Bible rako. Kutoma social media. Apana chakaipa.
Kutoma kota.
Sorry.
Ngati kwete kungoverenga kutoma deployer. Kutoma deployer maBible verse yo. Muri kuona Putin, mufesi anonzi Putin wewe. Mufesi wemavhesi futi yauya. Uya anonzi Trump uyo. Mufesi wemavhesi futi yewe. I mean, these are some of the most powerful people on earth, right?
Thank you.
Do you know that nation, that contentious country called Israel, right? I'm not endorsing anyone. But look, can nation get my face but kind of conservative.
But anyway, thank you. Because even now, we have a platform to so what I'm saying is Gatina Mateika, but Gatina Mate, Tination, Gatina Mate, because we have to believe. Because if I believe in Iniga, Ganamata in the hall, something is going to happen and I'm scared. And then tomorrow I pray, I don't go there. I don't take action. Because if I have to move from one place to another, I must pray. But I've got to move from that place. That's exactly the reason why I mentioned my face. Not with my face, I said, I don't say that you pray, you take action.
Right, thank you very much. Who's coming in next? Hot seat. Sorry, I took a bit of charge there, and I'm going to chip in.
No worries, Komasimba. Thank you very much. I think we have Nature. Nature, are you online? Nature Chibendi.
Yes, I'm online.
All right, thank you. You can go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, you can go ahead.
All right. Again, thank you about Nyaya. Mavesi anoshanda ichokwadi. But tikuti mavesi ayafana kuitwa put into action. Zviro zviri kutaurwa neBhayibheri tofana kuzviona zvichiitika. Just like zvarinoti uzori kutenda kusina mabasa wakafa kare. Hatisi kurule out nyaya yemavhesi, right? Inini I support the ruling party as it is. But currently the situation that we have, honestly, the president is disappointing us. Zvikananda his parallel structures. Vanofana kuaddresswa. If the president kana vakanyarara, then isusu tinotonge tiri kutosipandukira musanga. Taakutonge tiri kuti Geza akanaka ngetiri kuvenga president. Yet hazvisiri izvo. Tiri kuti president addressai nyaya yezvigananda. Vanhu vari kuba kana pane umbo ngavasungwe. Handiti saka now watakuti akusvisa shoko redu kuna president. Tiri kuripfurikidza naGeza. So let's address my issues at background, right?
Sorry, I don't know if you guys can hear him. Come on, Nature. Can you guys hear Nature? I think I've lost contact. I cannot hear him.
Yeah, Stana tingato ndingade kutaurwa mberi pamusoro pa achiripo here Nature.
I think just offer your submission. Offer your submission. I'm not sure what's going on, but just offer your submission. I think maybe his network is not good, but you can go on.
Okay. Nature, I'd want to address because this is a public about I think I end. Panemunum engaine anzi at 45 independence blah blah blah. Mutara na weku Mozambique and stuff. Guys, we know that you love your ZANU-PF and support, and the Nature arrads out ZANU-PF and support. But really, truly, munobvunzana tunombotara pana wezvigananda. Aunotaura iwewe kuti munhu anoti anzi pane evidence here. All of us, we know that sometimes ago we're living in rural areas. All of us, sometimes ago, about 3/4 of the population. But in a space of 20 years or so, with some are billionaires. Right, staff must see what akatanga api watenda yekupitisi akakura akadai. Yes. Right, toya pana mtuma maweri akapiwa tenda ni hurumende kampa loni Shaban Mashava tenu so akadai anditira Philip Chiangwa, he was a Rhodesian police constable akaritaya papaita ma connection ehurumende akadai batanga kuita ma wetlands nema chip nako and stuff. All right, how can someone tongera tangonzwa unzi 2000 he was aisenza kana ku reserve bank anditi papanzi buru zvashayikwa munyika. He's now a billionaire. He's now a multi-billionaire atokweretesa nyika mari petrol nechi. No one hapana roda kubvunza kuno kuti hurumende yotibvunza kuti adzi tine ma-evidence here. Basa rema-private investigators nema-financial investigating unit nderei kana munyika mazara ma-millionaires ma-Lamborghinis SSEY akazara munyika meso. Muri kuti people, where are they getting money from? Where is their industrial base? Elon Musk akatanga zvinhu zvake zveTesla akaita sei ndoko akaona ma-billions through ma-connection vaatakapiwa matenda ne-American government. Anditika ana Thomas Edison vakaita General Electric kuAmerica, Henry Ford, ana
Vakawanda, I cannot mention all industrialists, ana Toyota, ana Tata, India, Toyota, Japan. You had something, not to go to Itengesa Maremani today. Murio only Tora Gutanzi, you are not a billionaire. I'm not throwing names there. But nature is kana uchiri ipo nemu mfesu ya kanzi veggie akanzi zanu arikuti mano supporta a president. I'm going to say this in Shona because do not nzwisisa newo kuti no varume musabvume corruption yakadai so. What did these guys did to have their first million? Vanokwanisa here kumira chudza mwana wake kuti in right now I can tell you kuti imba yangu yandakatenga my car first car ndakaiwana kupi. Ende nyika yese inozviziva kucommunity kwandogara kuti mari yangu yekutanga yekutenga motikari ndakaiwana kupi. Kanditika because I was working there in front of them. Ndikanotenga mba yangu ndikatanga kana mari yekuti ndakutanga kucheresa mugoti papa ndakakurira pavabereki vanhu vandoziva kuti mari iyo ndeiwana kupi ani munzo saka hapana need yekumboinvestigatwa ipapo right ndikazoita million from there overnight people have to ask me then I have to tell them kuti ndakazopiwa ndakazoita sei saka guys don't play with us kana vanhu vachitaura kuti havachada these are the kind zviri kuita kuti vanhu vati vaneta neZANU-PF yako yauri kusapota iyoyo iweyo kuti ZANU-PF yakazara mbavha hapana chauri kumboisapota unless tese tanga tinovabereki vakaenda kuhondo. I'm a child of a war veteran but I'm born free 1981 saka hakuna kwandakwanisa kuenda kuhondo because baba vangu vakaenda amai havana kukwanisa kuenda but vakajoina army 1981 vakazobuda 1987 vachigata bhodha rese rekuinyanga. Saka zvese zvamuri kutaura kaizvi hapana chinotomboshamisira kuti vanhu ava vari kuita step on and kana tida kutongotaura nepersonal ndezvekutaura kuti vanhu ungaisapota zveZANU-PF but guys this party currently in its form ZANU-PF in its form it must go or change from within kuchinja zvekuti iite democratic iti kana tikataka kutuka president zvinoita nyika dzese Trump anotukwa vanoitwa sei anastama vanotukwa vanoita sei tipei platform yekuita zvinhu izvozvo kana munhu agona atimbomutuka kana anotukirweiko tinombodea kuita revolution kana achigona zati haasatisfy nyika yese guys but zvigananda nhau yekuba kwemari necorruption from Beit Bridge to Chirundu Victoria Falls to Mutare everybody knows my driver's license corruption birth certificate corruption pasabhuku corruption guys me myself I'm contagious ndinorwadziwa nekuti ndinonzi corruption I have never advocated in my life chinjinonzi kuti ndosvika kana pamupurisa vangatonetsa kuti ndipo mari totombotanga tanetsana andisati neupenyu hwangu hwese ndasvika ndoti ndapinda musituation ndoti shamwa ndokupoka na 200 ndingatomirira hangu jairi itota course dzenyaya yacho hamene zvainenge yatema kana ndiye angatondikumbira zvinhu izvozvo zvekupa vanhu mapurisa mari ndo zvakonzeresa kwaDA uchida kunoripota something kwaDA unosiya mari macourts unosiya mari ndo zvaita kuti Geza ataure kuti pamusoro nezvigananda futi the whole country is all messed up. I cannot say the F-bomb word but with the public form but it's truly the F-bomb word the whole country guys so please tikutaura kuti Geza akusapotwa nevanhu through marwadzo aya musaita kunge musiri kuzviona zvikuitika. I'm not talking about the public infrastructure kubiwa kwemari capture kwema city councils ndakakurira muHighfield I was born in muHighfield pasera apo paoda Highfield clinic up ndopandakakurira ndopandakazva apa ichienda unonzi green grass I cannot tell vanhu vakakurira vakapota vachiti Highfield so and stuff andinokwanisa kutaura zvakawanda mbari yacho chaya muri kutaura iyi aikange isina kuita zvayakaita izvi saka gaizika vakomana nyika tauraya zvinhu vanhu varipo vauraya nyika ngavambobva saka Geza zvauya nazvo zvakanaka nekuti varipo vaifanira kunge vachitiitira vari kutya kusungwa kana kuti vari kusapota through behind of which I don't know handina information iyo and handambobvira ndaitsvaga I'm not a journalist I can say I'm partly activist ndinodawo kuita zvematongerwo enyika but the space is closed I cannot but ndikawana zvekuti ndawana vekubatana navo tichida kuenda kumberi myself I can say I'm not a coward izvo handizi zvangu handizi munhu anoti vamwe vane mastrategies avo eleadership saka chamisa ndambotaura futima chamisa imbomsiya akadaro istrategy yake eleadership yekuita fall behind even in the military some commanding units a military commander can lead them forward. The other units, anokwanisa kunge vatori general ari kumashure. Saka whatever strategy kusenzeswa naChamisa, maybe kana neimwe opposition parties vangave anani nanani iri basic vari kuiziva kuti vari kuita sei. Isusu pana public platform, guys, let's do our own thing. Thing yaiswa naGeza ndeiyo. Ndambotaura ngati amplify vanogona zvinhu zvemabhoting nendondoni kwazviyezvi. Please guys, you must amplify this thing, you must give it support. Musaratidze kuneta. Ende ndikuona paTwitter pane names handizotaura names varida kuita chinhu chive chavo kuitira kuti when this new dispensation vange vari sorted, vange vazikanwa kuti they work, havasi kana kuvhura maspace ekuti ticontribute. Ukamiendera kunomesa Facebook kwake kuti hi, what you are doing is okay, can I support you? Tite because mimi mutori nezita rakaenda, toda ngopindwa ipapo my ideas angu. Avatombokuvhurira, you send the message, avatombokureply. So all those things ndo zvimwe zvikuita selfishness ekuti hapana chakaipa. Vari kuprotect their names kuti mazita avo aende kupi, aende kumberi that much. In the new dispensation, hapana chakaipa baba nezvinhu zvese izvozvo. Ngavaite vapedze zvinhu zvavari kuita izvo. Asi havasi kuzopedza. No one can fight a revolution alone. And you need a masses of people. Ende vanhu ivava from Nyamandlovu, zvanambotaura Wange, kuenda kukotwa, kuenda kwese kunana Chiredzu, kona uko kune mazita echivhendo. You need all those people to support this revolution. Saka, this strategy yekuti
thank you so much. You have 30 minutes to land. You have 30 minutes to land.
Okay, let me stop. Thank you. What's it? Me wrap up. I think I've said much. Let me be a listen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome everyone who's just new, just quickly having a reaction. Basic alive in the morning, and he was talking about a continuous lockdown from tomorrow, an indefinite lockdown. He asked wholesalers and suppliers which careful to assist people in need. So this is what we're reacting to. So if you've just joined the space, welcome. And thank you very much. So can we have now, I think, is it Nico? All right, I think it's not working. Enzo, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
All right, thank you very much. You can take the mic.
Ndinoda kumhoresa mhuri yese yeZimbabwe. Ndiri mwana wechidiki, ndiri muZambia. Ndiri kuona zvese zviri kuitika. Ndakabva muZimbabwe imomo mu2017. Ndaigarira kumasvingo kuya. Ngatisada kureverana nhema. Pfungwa dzaGeza dzaanadzo idzi pakubvisa zvigananga izvi. Ipfungwa dzakanaka chaizvo. Vanhu veZimbabwe tisada kunyeperana. Ava vari kutonga vaononga nyika. Vanhu vakuvadza nyika zvekuti mungada kutarisa zvese mamovements ese avanoita benefita ivo pachavo. Vanhu vari kuona kuti zvipatara, onai masituation ari muzvipatara, vangani vakafana tatenda pinjisi vakabva kurayira marabha vari kumuviga, hakuna kana kiriko kumahospital. Then wotarisa kuti mapresident vari kuitei. Mune corruption muZimbabwe yakanyanyisa imwe kuti inotorwadza chaiko kusvika ine imwe extend yekuti amen. Then totarisa kuti angakwanisa kumubvisa Mnangagwa paya ndiani. Zvinoda munhu ane voice. Geza atiuya nevoice, ngatiedzei kuteverera Geza tione kuti zvichamira sei. Because hapana umwe munhu angakwanisa kungomuka kuti ndakuda kutobvisa Mnangagwa. Because Mnangagwa is very much intelligent. Ndakanzwa history yake aiva kunokwa ndiri kuZambia kana Ngoma. Ndopa akakurira. Munhu igandanga notire kutamba vana zita raanaro riyari ana Garu. Mazita ake chavantoziva kuti munhu akaipa moyo ende asi munhu anobviswa zviri nyore. So tikatevedzerana nemazwi aGeza aya yose mastrategies ose akaisa kuti ngatikuve neshutdown vana veZimbabwe kuita sese. Ngatiedzei kuteerana nezvazvo tikwanise chete kubvisa ava vanhu weekend 5 uyo vari kungobenefita vari vega. Hapana mumwe munhu, hapana vamwe vari kungozvitarisa vari vega. Wese ananiki Mnangagwa vatikada kuteedzera vanenge vachingosapota because vanhu vaya vanoziva kuti iyi pati ikangobvapo vanofira mujeri. saka vasingadi kupa isusu tikangopusa kuti hatisida kuteedzerana neava vanhu ndoziva kuti ndinokuudzai zimbabwe haifi yakachinjorwa tinongoramba tichitambura tichingozengereka nenyika dzevamwe tisingakwanisi kugara munyika yedu so izvozvi zvikananga zvaataura igeza munongonzwa information yese anayo bcause munhu akashanda neava vanhu aringotaura ngatingokwanisai chete kubvisa ava vanhu then kana tabvisa ava vanhu zvichaonekwa but iri timu ngaribve ndatenda zvangu.
Right. Thank you very much. Hi, Hulu. Good morning.
Good morning, Stimba. How are you?
I'm okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, great to have you. Yeah, I know you've been out of reach for a while, for some weeks.
Yes, I've been busy. I'm so busy, Simba. But when I saw you coming up today with Hot Seat, thank you, Hot Seat, for that. I just thought, it would be good for me to show face for a while. I don't know how long I'm gonna be up here, but I just want to.
I think we're going to be
that have joined Zimite this morning, and I've had the statement from Comrade Blessed Geza. It is honestly a developing story in our country, no doubt. Like the previous speaker has just said, Hot Seat and Simba, I think perhaps this is definitely the way to deal with the Ganandes. No doubt about it. I resonate with many people who believe that having a national shutdown that is endless is the solution. The only problem, I think, Simba and Hot Seat and the rest of the audience, is the implementation of it. You need also to have more faces coming up, to say, we do not agree with this. Think about it when somebody is going to be told that you are indefinitely going to be staying at home, and now the Ganandes are simply going to fire those people from their workstations. So if you're a civil servant, you're simply going to be fired. So how are you going to survive? I mean, if you're going to do that. So, that sacrifice can be done. Look, before 1980, before our independence, Simba and Hot Seat and the rest of the listeners, people did sacrifice quite a lot. People sacrificed even their lives, to fight for the liberation, for us to get that independence in 1980. So I think that Zimbabweans can be able to sacrifice a month's salary, or even to be fired when there is hope that, there can be a new government that is going to be set up after this. But look, people have seen what happened in 2017. People thought that, Zimbabwe was entering a new era in 2017. And, President Mnangagwa was saying all the good things. He spoke about the jobs, spoke about corruption, how to deal with corruption and things like that. But alas, today we are here in 2025. Everything seemed to have been forgotten. And, the ministers that we have, think about people like Daniel Garwe, honestly speaking, things like Muda Nube, people like Tungwarara and all that. I agree with the other speaker again, who spoke just before the previous one, that even, their behavior is not a behavior of a civil servant. It's not a behavior of a leader. They behave so recklessly. Look at Wick Nuchifai, how he carries himself up. It is just disappointing. You wouldn't want anybody that is in the position of power to act the way many of our ministers are acting. Even our president, the jokes he makes and things that he does sometimes, very, very difficult to tolerate. And of course, others will say, look, after 2017, we've seen some market progress in some infrastructure, including the roads and all that. Fair enough. But look, the president spoke, Simba, some time back, after 2017, he spoke and he said that he is the one who made things to be what they were during the time of President Mugabe. He said he's the one who put up all those structures. So if the roads were not there, he is the one who was responsible for that. If the hospitals were not functioning, if the Zimbabwe dollar was not functioning, then we can pin it on him, because the president said it with his own mouth. He said, I'm the one that put up all these structures. So in other words, it becomes hypothetically correct. People can agree with that he is responsible for the mess that we find ourselves in. And now we are in such a mess, Simba, that we don't even know how to come out of this. Somebody said here that, you have to find your way everywhere, from university to hospitals to the judiciary system, the courts, the police, everywhere in Zimbabwe. You now have to bribe yourself in, if you want any services. And that is not a country at all. Our country has simply collapsed in terms of law and order. And there is no order whatsoever anywhere from bottom up. So, and you can't expect, the opposition, as it is structured now, to offer anything. So, Comrade Geza does offer something. But in terms of how this is going to be implemented, I think it is going to be very difficult. Very difficult because he has been the only face, Simba, in the hot seat, and we haven't seen many others, showing their hands. They're just waiting in the wings to just tear. And I think that is also a very wrong move. He needed more people to support. So, our government can be aware that people are not happy at all with the current scenario. But I think it is going to be very difficult to implement. I think it's going to be difficult to execute. I think it will fail, but he has tried. He has tried something, and his ideas resonate with quite a broad spectrum of our society. So, that is what I can say for now. I will hang on for a bit, a few minutes before I can just, go down and go out. But I'm watching, I'm listening what you guys are doing. Hot seat, thank you very much. Brilliant stuff. I'm very proud of you. And Simba, that's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Hulu. But tell me something. How are you folks gonna make it? How is Geza gonna make it here with 627 million given to Wicknell last week? 620.
Yeah,
hold on, Hulu. Hold on. This is not $627, right? Look at the figure again. No, seriously, look at the figure again. Look at the figure. 627, 600, not thousand. Okay, you could do a lot with 627,000. You can buy six houses, right? Right. This is up. This is more than half a billion.
For a few months, and can hang on for they can buy time.
and have you looked?
The amount of money that they have is quite a lot. They are able to buy people.
Have you looked?
They can still buy time. They cannot collapse this week. It is not possible. They cannot collapse this month or next month. It's not possible. We still need quite a bit of time.
Have you seen the size of the roads that they're constructing with that 627 million? Right. Wicknell has actually posted a video, right, of one of the roads. And in that video, look at it here. That's a footpath, mate. That's a footpath at a school, right? And that is
yeah, they do have the money, Simba. They do have the money. I think everybody knows that they have the money. If you can look at the money already for the cars that were donated to the people, that is a whole lot of money, honestly. And there's no commitment to the hospitals and to critical things such as education, universities, the salaries of civil servants, which can benefit many. So many people are just living from hand to mouth, and without a doubt, the Ghanaians are in charge at this particular moment. The possibility that the government we have now can collapse this week or next month is not going to happen, Simba. That I can tell you. We are still going to see President Mnangagwa in power for quite a bit. I don't know how long it is going to take, but for quite a bit, because the amount of money that they just have is quite a lot. They can buy almost like what can I say? Perhaps 5% of the population. It can be bought. As soon as tomorrow. So yeah, that's what it is. Thank you, guys.
Well, but I'm also curious, because if this is the case, if Wicknell has received this money, where did it come from? And if it's there, maybe it's there. But I also see that when they were bribing the war veterans, they could only go as far as buying them bicycles. Am I wrong, Wuhulu? I doubt if the money, the allocation might be there. But from my work on the gold mafia, I think you noticed in the documentary, what it actually proved is that money is being stolen even from Mnangagwa himself under his watch, and he can't see it. And I'm persuaded that Mnangagwa cannot recover most of what has been sent out to Dubai, has been sent out to other countries. He can't. I think things have been so criminal that it's chaotic. I'm interested if anyone knows if Wicknell has actually physically handled this 627 million, physically handled it or into his account or into his hands. Please let me know. I'm curious. Because if that is the case, then Hulu, I think then there's something really to worry about. I think maybe
it is something to worry about, Simba. Before I go to hot seat now, Simba, it is very sad. I mean, there is no order whatsoever. You know, the judiciary has been captured. The judiciary cannot act independently anymore. The police, you know, the same. The army itself divided. You know, I mean, the education system of Zimbabwe now, you can't speak of anything that you can trust anymore. Look at, I mean, the hospitals. I mean, and how just 60 million in a year cannot be provided for hospitals, and yet 10 million was provided for the independence. I would cancel the independence celebration and give that money to Parenyato Hospital and Mpilo Hospital if I was in charge, honestly, because I think that is by far much more impactful to our society than having to spend 10 million, you know, on an independence celebration that is only going to happen in one day. I mean, the president can simply just announce a statement on TV and, you know, about independence. It is just said that, you know, even as we speak right now, some of people in our government are listening, Simba. Hot seat can imagine that, you know, they simply don't care. I mean, they simply don't care. They're just waiting to be removed from power by, I mean, that's all. They continue as if nothing is happening, you know, ever since Comrade Geza came to light. I mean, to speak to the people. Have you seen any changes? Have you seen, I mean, our government changing in any manner or any format in terms of, I mean, the ethical leadership, ethical governance? I haven't seen anything, honestly. I think the government has become even worse with Tungwarara coming in, I mean, also to the forefront. We have seen that. So, yeah, Simba, I think maybe we might need to go back to hot seat now. So the other speakers who have been hanging on for a bit who want to contribute. But I think, Simba, you are right. I mean, we are simply losing our country, and something has to give so that we can have a country to speak about again. Thank you.
Hot seat.
Thank you very much, Simba. Thank you very much, Hulu. Thank you very much for
Oh,
your
by
contribution.
the way, hot seat. We have a video. We have a person who's on video. X-rated is on video, so he might want to say something before anyone speaks, if possible. Thanks.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay, X-rated. Do you want to shoot?
All right, he can go ahead.
X-rated. Do you want to shoot?
You can go.
Okay. Right, X-rated.
I've been watching.
Yeah, shoot.
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, shoot. Yeah.
Okay. I've been listening to the speeches of Mr. Geza since he started presenting on the social media platforms, whereby he was condemning the acts that are being done by the president and his fellow people. So my question is, Mr. Geza, yes, he's right of what he's saying and all what he's exposing about the illegal dealings that are being done by some PF, disadvantaging the fellow Zimbabwe citizens. But now my problem comes to Mr. Geza does not have the real solution that Zimbabwe needs. The Zimbabweans don't need a charlatan going around condemning everything that is being done by some people, because already the Zimbabweans knows that the government that is in power is doing less, or they are doing nothing for the benefit of the citizen. What the Zimbabwe people want, they want the solution to the problem. Look at how corruption is surged up in Zimbabwe, and look at people striving to make their ends meet for a single day. My view was that Geza was supposed to give the solution to the people. If he was saying, let it be a coup, he was the one supposed to lead the coup. Or if he wanted the masses, he was supposed to integrate all forms of political parties that are in Zimbabwe. Let us say the leading political party in Zimbabwe right now is the one that is being led by Nelson Chamisa, and of which we know that Nelson Chamisa has nothing to give to the citizens, because he's been giving scriptures, he's been saying God is it, but he's not doing anything. So Zimbabwe now is full of charlatans, people who are just speaking but doing nothing. if Geza needs the reform, or if he wants change to prevail, he should be in the forefront of going out and saying, no, people, I'm here. Let's do this. Like what happened in the 2017, if I'm not mistaken. This was 2017, right? Right. You will see that the ones who were ahead of the thing were themselves that went into the public and said, no, the public, let us gather together. Let us do this and this and this. Yes, things did not go as expected, but that is what the people wanted. That is what the people want. Because you find equity, they are busy chasing vendors in the streets. They are busy arresting people who are doing their own business. Zimra is terrorizing people in their business, door to door searches. People really know that they are being suppressed, or they are being oppressed. They are not exercising their rights as Zimbabweans. Now, if Geza want this thing to work, he should not tell that you people go and close the shops, you people stay home. And then, okay, I want to ask a very simple question. You tell a person at the market that go and stay home. It's fine. She or he will stay at home, but what will she feed on if she doesn't go to work? And okay, who does have the power that the shops come and offer food to the people? I think he should think this out. If he does not have advisors, it's high time he should have those advisors to really tell him what to do. Because right now people are just staring and then, oh, it's fine. We'll see how this thing will end. I think generally that is how I think. And then I'll end here. If I have another chance to speak, I'll speak from there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Can we have Fungai? Fungai, Nyaka, can you go ahead? Fungai, can you open your mic, please? Fungai? All right, I think maybe he's on offline. All right, can we have Sim Mada? Sim Mada.
Thank you. Now, zvakawanda, but to be honest, vanhu ngavasashora chamisa vachiti asi kulidha. Geza ari kulidha ari kupi? Ngaabude pachena akalidha ari muZimbabwe, not kungoshora chamisa.
All right, okay, thank you for your contribution. There's somebody talking. Okay, I'm not sure what's happening. Sorry, who's speaking? It's Fungai. Okay, Fungai, sorry, you can go ahead. Can you please put your volume up? It's very low. The sound is very low. Can you increase your volume, please?
Hey, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
All right, you can go ahead.
Okay, so my contribution is, as Zimbabweans, we have seen the government, the current one, what he's doing. I'm sure the government is not doing much. It's not doing justice for the citizens. We know perfectly well the opposition, that is Nelson Chamisa, I think we should just support it. And we see tinoenda palevel ipi. We know in 2017 we messed up. We have seen it, and we have seen Zigananda. They are looting everything. But I think let's give these guys a chance. We don't know Vachaita say, but we just need a change, because we don't have anything that we are doing as citizens. So I'm sure if you are not supporting these governments, you are benefiting from it, of which the citizens are benefit. So I think we should just support it and see what we should not end any part. Thank you. You are benefiting from it, of which the citizens
All right, thank you very much.
certain things, like we need the changes, we need also to be part of the government, because we as Zimbabweans, like he said, Zimbabwe belongs to everyone. And I am happy also Chilemba is speaking the same language. Zimbabwe belongs to everyone. So as Zimbabweans, instead of us staying and watching from outside, let's get involved and negotiate from a stronger position of being inside, of being the part, playing a role in changing the course of Zimbabwe. Yeah, can you verify about the idea of check?
Okay. Maybe Simba's off.
Mnangagwa and his cabal, or Kananga, Varguba. And the second one is removing ZANU-PF as a party. I feel these are two different things, and people need not to mix them, because the moment people start mix, this is where it confuses others and they don't know really what to support. To me, Geza is very clear on saying that he wants to remove Mnangagwa and the cabal Irkuba of thieves. He is very clear on that. So if people want to support Geza, let us be very clear that this is about removing Mnangagwa and the cabal. And if people want to remove ZANU-PF, it's not going to be done like the Geza way. To me, the way to remove ZANU-PF is through elections and opposition, of which at the moment, I don't know why people keep saying Chamisa is opposition. Why are people not talking about Shabangu? He is the leader of the opposition in that parliament. Those are the people who should be talking about removing ZANU-PF. But of course, everybody knows what's happening. So that is the first thing. Can it be very clear? We are talking about removing Mnangagwa and the cabal, not ZANU-PF. If people wanted to hijack and so on, to me, this is what confuses people. And also, people need to know very well that Mnangagwa is different from people like Mugabe. Yes, here and there, Mugabe, he was a thief and so on, doing all his dirty what. But this one is really worse, guys. And he's not stealing to empower ZANU-PF. He's stealing to empower himself and his clan. And that is a very clear thing that should be coming out to people to know that this is what we are talking about. It's one man who's so greedy. And it's about, should we remove him so that he's not on the playing field or not? So that is my first thing. The second thing is is about these spaces. These spaces have come as a very good thing. To me, we should be actually having like when we were back home, my cell group, and I discuss most of this stuff and so on. But thank God we have spaces where we can discuss openly and so on. And I feel that these spaces should be used to really inform people, because we are all joining in so that we hear what's the truth, what's really going on the ground, and help people to really know what's going on, so that when they support or when they do their contributions, they know really what's going on. There's one thing that's always coming out, which is not being said or being made clear on the spaces. And it is about what really happened after 2017. I might actually want to appeal to Zim-I. Like a breakdown on another space of what really happened in 2017. Because some of us were the people who walked. We went the whole way to Kunana Highfield. We went the whole way to come town, Kutumkabe Abude. And it happened. And some good things happened after that. And yes, some bad things. I remember that is the time when we had an election where you could wear your own t-shirt, Yawaida. But time I'm Gabi a t-shirt, the opposition. But at that time we were able to put on our t-shirts and so on. We were able to go per queue. It happened because of removing Mugabe. Right? But what we did not know is that there is a new strategy. And the new strategy, first of all, guys, no one anticipated Tangrai would die. No one anticipated there would be fights of Tokozani and Chamisa. No one anticipated that they would then bring up Monzora to take over another thing. And then Chamisa Nogarashi Popoterwa came up with this Triple C. Triple C did so well in the second election. And what happens? Another trick is put on the table. Wanopi Amari. And they take the money and Chamisa Osaraega. Chamisa says, guys, I'm alone now. The people have just bought into whatever is happening in the parliament. And no one talks about it. No one talks about where Anachabango came from, and how he could not even control that. I'm not trying to support Chamisa, but I'm saying there are some things that needs to be made clear so that we don't brush things, how can someone be oppositionary one when his whole crew in could be busy with a line up for my stands, line up for my pickups and so on? They don't want to pull out and stand as an opposition. It's so difficult. And then the other thing to really take into consideration is what Geza is putting across. Good guys, the weakest thing that Mnangagwa fears is the masses. He does all his tricks, but what he fears is the masses. But he has seen two things that he really mastered on how to control masses. First of one is threat, where he shot people in August 1 and so on after the opposition had won. And then the second one is buying them. No one is talking here about why those people walked to Kumadaka on Independence Day. Simply because people are thinking and no chicken in. Oh my goodness. What have we got into as people? Hello?
We can hear you. Go
yes, you can continue. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes. What have we got into? Because how can you have an opposition or even people who would have played Havano? Vano it was lowered, ne chicken in. Ne chicken slice. For goodness sake. This is why, to me, I feel Chamisa gave a very good thing. He said, and I'm going to mirror a political party, but I'm doing the movement. People don't want also to talk about that. What does that mean, doing the movement? People always show up with Bible verses. But if you want to see what a movement does, you need to look what happened in that Bible. There was a movement where it removed my religious leaders and the Roman Empire, who was a tough people to overcome. It became through a movement. And that movement happened because there were what they called my synagogues, small groups in small homes, hidden homes, where people were discussing real things. This is the reality. This is what is on the ground. And once everyone was understanding this is the thing, people became one force that managed to remove everything. And to me, this is where the spaces come in. If we are discussing correct things and help people to understand, guys, this is really what's on. This is how these people are stealing. This is the real enemy, and this is how he's stealing. Many people don't know how it is stealing. I wish people knew, because some of us, we kind of had a taste of how he was stealing, and it was so sad to see like this on. And to me, that is what Anna Geza is also coming out and saying, kuti, guys, even in ZANU-PF, that's now we have seen how can we need to remove him? It's unfortunate people mix up, 2017, Makazu and so on. I don't know. I actually feel those are two different things. So just to summarize, the first thing is, can we have a separate thing that it's removing Mnangagwa and the cabal of stealing versus removing ZANU-PF? And then the second thing is, can we utilize my spaces to help people know the truth? The real truth, not to put you on, I don't go to my personal and so on, but my truth, maybe invite some people who have done some researches to give my presentation, and then people discuss on those presentations. Zine well-researched thing of what's happening. Because I don't know, I'm not sure who come up with anything except Makua and so on. So utilize the spaces, which you are doing so well, the two of you guys continue, but utilize to help us to know the truth. And hopefully tomorrow we're going to patana to regular chicken slice just to eat chicken slice. Thank you.
Sorry, I have a question for you.
Yes.
You are offended that people are going to get chicken slice at these events, and everybody knows kuti Zimbabwe, and it's not a secret, and we cannot estimate the level of hunger someone has. We cannot imagine what it's like to eat for 4 days, right? So let's leave it there. What are you doing? Are you sending money to Africa for the stay away? What advice are you giving Muhammad Zako? And are you contributing to them? And $50, and I'm not going to for the next week 200 say. What hand are you playing? Just personally, just around your family. Thank you.
Okay. So currently, the only other solution being diaspora, because I came recently after Domana. Some of us, whatever we are trying, it's difficult with its environment and so on. At the moment, the only thing is support people, with money and maybe with ideas. But I can tell you what we were doing on the ground. The thing on the ground, for instance, can I tell you one thing? We started, or I was part of the group that started what we used to call it farming in God's way. And that was farming utilizing very little resources and maximize on your ways of farming so that you get a good harvest. In the end, it ended up being called Foundation for Farming, for reasons being, well, once you say foundation farming God's way, you could not use it Muslim countries, because they will say it's a Christian thing and so on. So it ended up being called Foundation for Farming. But that one, it was like showing people that, you know what, as long as even a small piece of land, you can make food for yourself.
What happened? What happened to that project? What happened to that project? Because I am the one.
It was hijacked by ED and these things.
Right.
Because, when they came in, that's where the thing with ED, everything he did, he came in as if he comes in slowly, and then once they're in, that's when you realize, they've taken their own thing. But I will tell you, they hijacked it, but the leader of the thing said in his own heart, he feels, let them hijack it. They have evil intentions, but this is the only way it's going to also spread. And after that, it was the only way it started to spread. Because before that, it was so difficult. Everyone would tell you, just bring us my handouts. And so on. But when it was hijacked, I was surprised almost everyone now, trying to do it and so on. So, I don't know, maybe something bad, something good came out of it, but it was hijacked, But it's
I'll be interested. I'll be interested. Is Brian Aldrich still around?
He's in Zambia. He has relocated to Zambia.
So he's based in Lusaka.
Yes. Yeah. he's now sort of retired because he was now very, very old, but he's still pushing it even from Zambian side.
Okay.
But
Are you able?
he's now frail, not feeling very well, and so on.
I see. Are you able to send me his number, please? Because are you able to send me his number? Because I was the first to cover that story 15 years ago, way before ZBC ever covered it. When I met him in the United Kingdom, and back then he was being consulted by several countries. That time I think it was 31 countries that had consulted him, universities all over. What I just don't get is why did it not improve?
Yes.
Why didn't it improve Zimbabwe's agriculture? Why is it that Atina Kuona improvement? Because I know that they rebranded it from Vudza, and then all of a sudden it never really, we can't see the actual physical. I need to know, and someone will have to do a proper structured study of why on earth that Vudza has not yielded its results.
Okay, so that can be done, but one thing I can tell you is if you do shortcuts, Anidra, it never works. So, for instance, one of the things that you find is that when you start to do it, Kumbuza, you might not get the correct yield the first year, but you continue doing it correctly. The soil matures itself and starts to produce and so on. But many times you'd find, no matter what you're telling, you want people to use the material that they have, for instance, like manure and so on. Muna hospitalizers, other fertilizers. So the moment you use things like my fertilizers, sometimes it was affecting and so on. And you would get all sorts of things, people cheating and so on. And it doesn't work because you have to do it the correct way for you to produce. But don't forget that this was supposed to be actually done for a family, to look after itself. But you need a small piece of land. If you do it well on that small, because if you try and do it manual on a very bigger piece of land, you end up complaining and so on. Because some people you would find you are not supposed to tend the soil. The moment you go away, they would put in their ox, they would put in gejo and so on. You have reversed everything, which you would have started. So
I see. So basically, there's a lot of skill. So there's a lot of skill needed. Yeah, I will want to cover this. Please drop me immediately as soon as you land. Drop me Brian Audrey's number. Drop me your number as well. Please text me. Inbox, papa, DM, pazim, iPano, and then I would love to have this conversation continue because it will be important to find out why on earth did this massive. Because when I did cover it 15 years ago, this was going to be a massive project, and I am aware. I mean, I've never done farming myself, but I've done other. I'm skilled in other things. I'm skilled in music, and I know that you can't be a musician in 1 year. Okay, for instance, right? You have to. This has to be something that you were trained. You started doing while you were a little kid, and you grew up, and so and so I would want to think it's the same thing with agriculture. You have to be in there. You can't be a hit and run like myself just because I've been given 10 hectares and ndakutongofunga master farmer ndakukompita nana Roy Bennett.
Yes, true. Now I will do so. I'll do so.
Oh, that would be important, yeah. And then let's communicate. Where did you say you're based? Are you based in Zambia?
No, Brian.
I mean yourself.
No, Brian moved. Moved. I'm here currently. I'm in UK.
Okay, please come through. Do you know a lady called Nangube who used to do this program back then, who was fronting for Brian in the UK?
Sorry, no, I don't know.
So a lady.
I was back in Zimbabwe. I was on the ground. I came recently.
I see. There was a lady in the UK who was based in Leeds, and she's the one who was like a face for Brian Aldridge back then. And back then, Brian Aldridge was also the mentor, your parents, Shiri. And that is where, that is how the system, ZANU-PF stole that project. And then they started calling it.
Can I tell you what happens with parents, Shiri?
Yes.
So what was happening is Brian, when he started this, he started it by applying it himself, right? And first of all, people don't know about Brian. Brian used to do tobacco, and he was the biggest tobacco in Zimbabwe, right? And then he was convicted. His children started to smoke, but he was a Christian, so he started trying to stop his children to smoke. And then one day they were seated at the table. He was told, "Dad, you cannot tell me to stop smoking when you are the one farming the tobacco." From that day, he could not sleep until he decided, "My wife, I would do no more tobacco." He got into trouble with the Mugabe's then because tobacco was giving us a good GDP, whatever, and so on, right? And they did not fund him and so on. And then he became broke. And then he was taken at his farm that was almost next to Parents City. That it was for another old lady, but he was just taken as the farmer there. And he started applying this method. It started working so well. He started even telling other farmers and so on, but he could not approach people like Parents Street because they did not even want to look at white guys. Parents Street would just pass with this car and so on. But one day he had a air puncher right at the gate of thing. Brian and these guys helped Prince to change the tire. Meanwhile, Brian was sharing God's word with Parents Street and what they do as farming. Some years later, a few 2-3 years later, parents phoned him, "Can you come into my farm and try what you told me that other day?" They went and he started working well for Parents Shield. That he never forgot that time, that the time now when he became into and made being agriculture, the first person he called was Brian. That's how that program then, so parents did the right thing. But once it's a thing to get to the masses and manipulate them, everything, And once it's taken, there's no, you can say, this is my thing, you can't do that and so on. It was, all we could do is look how they are even messing up. Because in the end, it was now being as a ZANU-PF thing and so on. No. It was never. It was a Christian thing. And we used to do that, and some of us were just working with people in.
It's like can we say it's like mining, for instance? There were a lot of miners back then in Rhodesia and afterwards who were mining gold, they were mining platinum, they were mining, then they later on started mining diamonds. But then when you start mining, you need to have a skill, correct? You don't just dig. You need to have a skill, and you also need to have a method. And so if you're just doing it chaotically, you're actually going to eventually destroy infrastructure. Could we say it's exactly the same, almost the same thing? I'm really, really interested in going into this. Unfortunately, I'm not skilled in agriculture, but I'm definitely going to want to look into it. And I'm quite certain I'm going to meet Brian Aldrich. I pray that I'll be able to meet and do a proper, documentary review of why on earth this massive project 15 years ago, which was the big thing, is failing. And I think then I also want to cover how the white farmers in Zambia are doing extremely well in Zambia, and yet they can't do well across the border in their country of birth.
Yes, yeah, yes.
Wow.
How dare me?
Well, do you know what? This has been quite helpful. Hot seat. I'm sorry I took over here. I just felt this is such an important, it's a thing that was so dear to my heart at the formative stages of my journalism when I was in my 30s. Getting to know what is what here around farming and what could change our country, and yet nothing has changed. This is all right. And you know what? And I remember Jela Simawari criticized Mvuza because he actually didn't like. I had a discussion with him, and they were saying, "Look, this Brian Aldrich thing is not going to go anywhere." But you're telling me, and I'm hearing from a lot that the white farmers in Zambia are doing it. That they've really boosted Zambia's agriculture now, right?
Yes, very well. They are doing so well. They are contributing so well to Zambia. That's why it's also doing well now. Maybe I don't know. But
no, not just Kutongotenga, not just Kutongotenga. There was a time. There's a time now that the people who've actually been smuggling Zambian maize Zambian milli. Yes, literally going in there, buying, and like Zambia has became a massive surplus, and recently, and that is eventually that is what later on ended up causing there to be shortage now in Zambia, because people were now trading the way that people flood to get US dollars. They would flood into Zambia just to get the milli, take it in there, steal it or whatever, and then drive it across, and then go and sell it in Zimbabwe, come back again, make profit. So whole industry. Well, interesting. Hot seat. I don't know if we could try and start rounding down. So maybe we could round down maybe in 10 minutes, and then tomorrow we'll come back again. I think we're gonna be having like Pungwes now, right?
Yeah, you're right. Thank you so much, Mukoma Simba. I hope you guys can hear me. This is true. And for the next, I think, 3 days is going to be very, very crucial in Zimbabwean politics. So everybody needs to be online. And even if it means Pungwe 24/7, that's what needs to happen. And I encourage you guys, if you're on the ground, on the ground, right, please call in, because we need to hear from the people who are actually there. So right now, we're going to just have Mukoma Dobbs. Is it Dobbs? Go ahead, take the mic.
Yeah, yes, please. Many thanks. It's all right to what we are saying, to say that method of hearing people on the ground is what we can know. But at the same time, that Geza movement, they should be more organized than just appearing on a Twitter space and calling people to do certain action without itself actually having people on the ground. Because like when they shut it down, I was on the ground, but the people were clueless to say, how would we do it? How could we do on the demonstration, on the uprising day? They did not understand where to meet and how to march, where to march from which place to which place. All that things were not there in different towns and in different societies. They understood they needed to take action. They did not understand the how part of it. Similar applies to this stay away. People are still debating to say those ones who own businesses, they're the ones who are still debating to say how are they going to do it, because there's that fear factor again to say they might want to open for business, but they fear to say maybe their properties will be vandalized. So there's a lot of confusion, and the organization itself is not as intact as it should be. Maybe on the first day we'll say it is the first day, but it is the second day again. We see the same thing to say those ones who we have Mshika, the ones who are withdrawing, but we don't know about the ones with the combis, because the ones with Mshika, they said, no, it's only the driver who move with it. They don't have the organization as big as the combis. So they don't understand it. They are just saying that they will park, not because they wanted to park, but because they fear that their vehicles will be vandalized. So, and the timing again, to say it was a short notice, but it's okay, because he wanted to catch ZANU-PF without preparation, and he ended up cancelling his program, what he was supposed to see over the Easter, so that he could deal with this issue. So then there's what is going on the Twitter spaces again. It's quite disturbing to say people they're just taking it to be a ZANU-PF thing, though it is coming from somebody who is affiliated to ZANU-PF. But what is trying to resolve are national issues like looting, 2030 agenda, and the misuse or miscarriage of justice, whatever we can say it. There is not more to say because of limit of time. Let me just end up here. Hopefully another day we'll come and discuss it and hope. Thanks a lot, everybody.
All right. Thank you very much. Is Fungai, is your speaker not working, Fungai? Nyaka? Come on, Fungai. We just want to have 2 minutes per person whilst we round off. Tomorrow is going to be a bigger day.
Yeah.
Okay, you may continue.
I think I finished.
Oh, sorry. I thought I saw your hand raised. Okay. All right. Nico, Nico, C, are you available? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Go ahead.
Should it be?
Tiribo, you may continue with your contribution. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, we can hear you. You can continue. You can bring your contribution, please. Thank you.
Right. Mubvunzo number 1. Vanhu vari kuti hakwanisi kugara mumba for 48 hours. Ivo vakagara mulockdown yeSSA. Very clear, and it.
Yes, we can hear you. Continue. You may submit your submission.
Right. Number 2. Number 2. How can the people participate in the same party and the same people? Isn't that clear enough? Kuti, we are not involved in this exercise. Number 3, to whosoever chaenda kunovota 2028 under the same system. I may not unofunga say because I think from the year 2000, shaka proof wakare kuti an election system does not work.
Okay, so just from your contributions alone, basically, you basically said all the 3 options are not available. So you would rather have people do what?
I want to share my views and opinions on this one, but ndinongo siya iri mibvunzo yakadaro kuti involved now. Number 2, we can't wait for an election system since it's ngashandi. Number 3, atingamboti kunzi indai pa lockdown sa indai garai mutsimba akubatsire as if musina umbomugara before. Saka I am a food for thought and anodairwa mangwana nguva dza 10 o'clock tichinge taona the situation on the ground. I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to give a 1 minute comment on that. Thank you for your submission. Because basically, you basically you're against people doing 2028, meaning that you're against the opposition participating in the last election, right, 2023. So that one is out. So which means Rana Chamisa is out. And then you're saying that you questioning the authenticity and the genuineness of Comrade Geza and his team from tomorrow, right? So that one is out. And you're against the current government of the day, so that one is out. So right now, the people who are suffering and wanting change in their lives, I know it has said, you see, it's great to give an opinion, but also give like a solution. Like, I thank you so much for your questions, but try, like right now, people are desperate. People are right now wondering, Mangwana, should I take my child to extra lessons? There's some kids who are in my extra lessons from my boarding schools. Do they go pick up their children today? One need to say, what do they do, right? People are in a serious situation. I'm taking us from right now, wondering to Twitter say, Mangwan, right? People want to know what's happening now on the ground, what Geza is doing now. So right now, what are people supposed to do? Right now, people can pretend as if town is no more Mangwan. Geza made it very clear that there will be security forces road Mangwana, meaning Mangwana, to be honest. He made it clear that all around the country there will be security there. So what can people do to prepare for that? Nobody has spoken about that. Who is going to prepare for that? Nobody has said that. Even if you don't want to participate about it, you can go to work, but there'll be Mapurisa road, you know. So once we round up, can we have maybe people just give us their thoughts about that, you know, as we have like the last 10 minutes. Thank you. So right now we have Socks. Can you go ahead, please? Socks. Socks, can you go ahead, please? Okay. Right. Okay. So, Colin, are you there? Am I still online?
Most Makamira calling, can I remind you to repeat for Zong and Ngoma Simba, please? Thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
You may repeat the question. Komasinda is now back online. I'm sure he'll answer. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, host. That's so kind. Ngoma Simba, my question was on the presentation I told earlier on when we started the space. There is a split between Comrade Geza and Comrade Chilero. Do we have any chance to confirm that, please?
Okay, I'm not aware of any split. And I have to tell you, I'm not aware of any split. As far as I'm concerned, everything is in motion. There was what has happened outside is what is happening inside. And I'm not aware of anything. The only one that I can just state here is that there is no spokesman that represents Mr. Geza. Comrade Geza does not have a spokesman. Contrary to what has been announced before, there is no spokesman. Hakuna spokesman. Geza haana spokesman. Muzive mazimbabweans. Yeah. So if anyone comes out there claiming that they represent Geza, there is nothing like that.
That's so interesting, Komasinda. So is Nyoka Mabunu, is he not a spokesperson for Geza?
There is nothing like that. He does not.
So basically, his channel in 240,000 people, when he's acting as if he speaks to Geza daily, are you dismissing that?
I will repeat. Geza does not have a spokesman at all. He has never had a spokesman, even from the start.
Very interesting. Thank you so much.
So that is the official position. I don't know how I could say it, but I noticed that a lot of people out there and a lot of bloggers, including those who work for Hubert Angel, were now portraying other people as if they represent Geza. Be very careful, Zimbabweans. Do not be misled by anyone. Blessed Geza does not have a spokesman at all.
And on that note, okay. So why didn't he challenge that thing? He present these things are a mess now because even Comrade Shire said, "Oh, he's now wearing army uniform. Oh, where is this coming from? We don't know about this." But
are you saying Nox Chivero said that? I'm not aware of Nox Chivero saying that.
No. There's a presenter who said it earlier.
No. I'm not aware of Nox Chivero saying anything like that. But I just wanted to stress that people do not be misled by bloggers. Some of them, like I'll give an example, Gambakwe works for Hubert Angel. I mean, he has even made it very clear before. Since the time of the gold mafia, he even communicated. You can see a lot of content around that he was covering up for the gold mafia, claiming, oh, this was an intelligence operation, Hubert Angel saying this, Hubert Angel saying that. But you also see him both publicly and privately communicating that he actually does work for Hubert Angel with Mudiwa Hood. So a lot of things that you see there that are thrown on social media, it is counterintelligence, is to keep you busy so that you start to defocus on the main man. What you see, even Kuna Chamisa, for instance, many times there are people who start saying, Chamisa, kuna ningi, like what they say. Some people even claim that Mahere represents Chamisa. No, Mahere was once a spokesperson way back before the elections. She was removed. She's no longer a spokesman. She no longer represents Chamisa in any way. She could behave like Chamisa, but she could do this, she could resign, she could come, whatever, but she no longer represents Chamisa. Chamisa is alone, okay? It's the same thing that some people thought that Makomberero Haruzivishe, who is literally right now fronting for Tendai Biti and the cabal, the rebellious cabal, who have sabotaged the struggle for democracy. Makombere Harizurishe, the young man who once did a demo at Impala and was very vocal while he was in Zimbabwe, he does not have any connection to Chamisa. And very sadly, he doesn't have any connection to the masses anymore, and never was. In fact, he never was any official spokesman of anything. And let me show you a last one here. There is a young man, a Zambian, who calls himself Joseph Kalimbwe. That one is even worse. That one, Kalimbwe, is an agent for the gold mafia. And Kalimbwe in Zambia is actually regarded as a scammer. There was a time when he was even arrested in Zambia for falsely claiming that he represented the UPND. And he has got accusations of illicitly benefiting money, charging people money, claiming that he was a representative of the ruling UPND party. There are interviews of Kalimba claiming that he was a spokesman or has been an information secretary for the UPND. Around the time when they won the elections, he even used to advertise logos of the UPND. And the interviews of him, even at CNN, even at ZimI, claiming that he represents the UPND. Kalimbwe is a scammer. Joseph Kalimbwe is a scammer. Let me tell you, Zimbabweans, when I was doing Gold Mafia, at one time he even tried to lure me to fly to South Africa. He even offered to pay a ticket for me so that he could get me killed. And the day when I was in Lusaka and I just exposed Harry Kalaba, he was sent by Hubert Angel to me. He called me many times, over 10, 11 times, claiming that I had an invitation by the Pan-African Parliament to go into South Africa, to go and present my findings on the gold mafia. And I told him, why do the Pan-African Parliament need to hear anything from me? I'm not the only person who has done this documentary. There are numerous people, and this documentary has already been debated by multiple parliaments. They should just use the findings that are there already. They've gotten them. Gudara, why need me? He kept on pestering me, and he would never tell me who exactly is inviting me to Johannesburg. And then he asked me, where are you? Where are you? Are you now back in UK? They'll buy your ticket right now. So of course I lied that, I was not back in the UK. In actual fact, I was still in Lusaka. But
Sorry,
what I want to say...
Can I just cut you off for 1 minute? Sorry,
Yes,
there's a lot of questions in my inbox. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
A lot of people are saying, this guy talking about. I'm grateful that you're really talking about deep stuff right now.
Right.
He has always advocated for Zimbabweans. He's always seemingly, allegedly on platforms fighting for Zimbabwe.
Right.
So people are saying, so this guy who's fighting for my Zimbabweans, he's saying he's got heritage, like a lineage in Zimbabwe, somewhere, somehow, it's whatever, right? They're saying, what made you think Kunyuma kuti akuda kukuraisa?
Oh no, I knew it. And I told you, okay, thank you. I knew him. I knew him before because he was even arrested by Zambia police before. You see, when he was arrested, there was a time when he was arrested, and a lot of gullible Zimbabweans are the ones who rescued him. They started saying, "Oh, he's this and that." But let me tell you, the person who runs his Twitter account, who is a Zimbabwean, he is an aide of Hubert Angels. I've met with this man. I've sat down. Kulusaka. The person who runs when Joseph Kalimbwe writes in Shona, it's not Joseph Kalimbwe. It's Hubert Angels' aide. So I'm just saying,
because you see,
so yeah,
people find it hard to try it. Like we hear you, but
Yeah.
because this guy seems like he's fighting in your corner, right? Like for Zimbabweans,
Yes.
it's so hard for people to understand. Like,
well,
if
do you know?
you're
So what
Ghanaian
happens?
citizens, why would you be against him?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was just trying. Sorry, there's so many messages in my inbox.
Okay,
I was just
so it's
trying to
counter.
explain,
It's
like,
counter.
people
What it is? It's counterintelligence. You see, the way Mnangagwa took over Zimbabwe in the 70s, it's exactly the same way that these mafias, Wanakalimbwe, Namanagambakwe, are doing it. They will say everything positive. They will appear. Did I say? Yeah, did I say? Mnangagwa kashasha. Mnangagwa kasai. Muruma wakakasudai. Mukadzi wakazoba. Mwana wakazo. And they'll say they'll beat the sharpest drums to keep you guys informed. So they will say everything positives to keep you all, so that they vakutinei mombe or say why, until one thing that they will eventually say that will mislead you. One very small thing. It's exactly the same thing that Mnangagwa has done since 1977, 78, when he was not even a fighter for anyone, for any black people. He was actually a mercenary, a Rhodesia special branch. So Zimbabweans need to be very careful. What I'm saying about Joseph Kalimbwe, if you go into the history, the archives, I can actually post a video. I can post a video here. Let me see if I can find it. I'll post a link here so people can actually see how Joseph Kalimbwe's Twitter account grew through lying that he represents the UPND. Akanyepa, when he saw that Hichilema is popular at the elections in 2021, he posted a logo of the UPND and he started calling himself Information Secretary for the UPND when he did not even have a party card, UPND. Listen to me, Zimbabweans. None of you are in Zambia. I was there. I've been in Zambia, in and out of Zambia, physically. I've never seen Kalimbwe. Anyway, if you go into Zambia right now, ask anyone, but from Lusaka Airport, from Kaunda Airport, any corner, going to ask who is Joseph Kalimbwe. He's only known on social media. Sadly, my Zimbabweans will not believe. So Kalimbwe has never been spokesman of Hichilema. He has never been a party card member of UPND at any time.
Sorry, Simba. So basically, you're saying the guy, for example, he sent pictures of him with his grandmother, who's allegedly from our country, and all this stuff. Are you saying he's maybe impostering, like catfishing politically my Zimbabweans?
Absolutely. Catfishing Zimbabweans, catfishing Zambians as well. Because later on, after gaining his Twitter followers up to 170,000 or so, from barely 20,000 in 2021, Joseph Kalimbwe, all of a sudden, last year, when Hichilema had some issues like criticism and the like, there was a time when he all of a sudden dropped a bombshell, and people didn't understand. A bombshell to say that we are now, he actually announced it, we are now abandoning our leader, like we're now our leader is no longer, and people started asking, so who, you and who? So it's catfishing. These are extremely, thank you for that term, hot seat here. These social media personalities, it's like Hope watching Ono, for instance. Someone actually gets physically arrested. You see him getting arrested. You even shed a tear. You even donate money. And you are taken in for years until you discover, no, this guy is actually a scammer. This guy is not even called Hope watching Ono. It's like Maxwell Chikumbutso. Remember the endless energy, the endless electricity, right? You're made to believe that Zimbabwe is going to have endless electricity all of a sudden, right? Because Mnangagwa has lost.
All right, Simba, sorry. So which means that right now, I'm sure he's going to hear this space and he's probably going to respond. But I just want to make sure that it's clear, because I mean, this is really like stuff that people should be writing about. I mean, this is the first time I'm hearing that this guy is basically a ghost account and does not exist.
Yeah.
And nobody has ever publicly said that.
No,
And then
Joseph
people are
Kalimbo. Not that he's a ghost account as such. He's a person. He is a person, definitely. But what I'm trying to say is his account is run by Hubert Angel's aide, a Shona guy who lives in Lusaka. And I could name the man here. Because my V11
you know how that account is run. We know how he is. Right? We know he's gonna probably come out and say, 1, Simba, show me where I tried to kill you. 2, show me that.
No, I've got all that. I've got all that.
Show me that I'm just a catfish. And 3, Simba, you're a liar. Even Hopa says you're a liar, and the whole of Zimbabwe says you're a liar for 10 years in Zimbabwe, right? So you know these are the things he's gonna come at you with. We know his character because he's very outspoken, and even some people here, they are even questioning, but this guy's always fighting for citizens. Why is Simba speaking against him?
He's not fighting. He's just a catfisher. He is just a fisher. So here you can see I've posted here the videos. That is my videos. Akalimbo Ayo. Let me also post another video of how his Twitter account grew. I actually filmed it as it was growing, so you can actually see a whole. Remember, I'm a documentary investigator, so you can see how the Twitter account actually grew over the years since lying that he represents the UPND. I'll show you how it actually grew over the years.
So there's never been an official statement for people to just to disassociate themselves.
No, he was arrested.
Because
he was arrested. You see, you need to understand. He actually has got charges in Zambia. You know what? Hot seat. Reality is on the ground, and is a scammer. Kalimbwe in Zambia, they even call him the F word, a fraudster in Zambia. I've put it there. My videos are too. You can see it there.
Okay, hang on. Okay, I'm trying to look at it. Hang on. I don't seem to see it, but it's okay. You can continue. Oh, video. Okay. No, but I know you've said this, but I'm just saying that I know he's going to say this. You know how he is. I've seen his account, how it's run. He's going to say, you, Simba Chikanza, you ran a space. 1, you've been a liar for years. 2, because he basically attributed his efforts for the president of Zambia basically being elected. Like we all saw that. We all saw that effort, and we all saw what he was saying. And then he always acts as if he's fighting for the impoverished child in Zimbabwe. So it would be hard for Zimbabweans to even kind of like have him back, to be honest, Simba, because he comes as if he's fighting for them, right? So then now you're saying this guy is catfishing you, okay? He's a 419, like a Nigerian scammer, like an Indian, like it's all right? And people are like, what, right? And then he's gonna come and laugh and be like, "Who listen to that clown?" Right? What do you say to that? Because we know his words. They're offensive, they're hurtful, they're crazy. And then he says, "I have the right to say that because the lineage is Zimbabwe." So I think maybe you should just make it clear now for people, because we know what he's going to. We know he's gonna get to him. We know he's gonna hear this, and then he's gonna be like, "Wait, did I try to kill Simba Chikaza? If I wanted to kill him, we did." We know those statements, right? So what is your feedback to that?
Now let's see what he will say. The young man is he is a scammer. If you just read what I've sent you, I'm looking for the video for how he grew his account from lying that he represents the UPND. He's a real scammer, not in a small way, a serious scammer. This boy, everything about him is a scam. The only thing that he's doing well is talking on social media, but he's catfishing for the mafia, the gold mafia. His account is run. Do you know what? I'm almost getting tempted to. You're not gonna make me just declare my names now, because, but you know what? These are people I've met physically. These are people I've sat down.
So I think declare the names because right now, we're in the
no, but
we are
okay.
the
So what you need to know is
we're
so what you need to know is he is an agent for Hubert Angel for catfishing, the same way that Gambakwe is. Gambakwe is
But
an
when you
agent.
say agent for Hubert Angel, is that a government angel or like a church angel?
No, Hubert.
I mean, a
This
church
Hubert.
CIO or a
This
government
Hubert.
angel.
Yeah, no, agent. Agent is in social media agent. Yeah. So they get paid money. I mean, Gambakwe actually has said so. That he is getting money from Hubert directly and Mudiwa, literally working physically in Hubert Angel's office.
But Hopo said Gambakwe is a liar, so people will not believe that, right?
Well, all of them, including Hopo Wacho. Hopo is even worse than Gambakwe. But my point is, when people are agents, they don't have to necessarily beat the right drum every time. Or the false drum every time. They have to be catfish. They always have got to be, doing something that sells, that markets themselves, so that they remain accepted in society. So they're all agents. Hopewell actually works under Auxilia Mnangagwa. But he not just Auxilia, he also works for whoever at any time works for him, whatever is convenient for him at that time. So, I mean, if you want to see about Hopewell, for instance, by the way, what I declare here, this is what I've thoroughly investigated. It's very easy to make sweeping statements about someone, and it's, a person can easily be irresponsible to that level. Because maybe you are uncomfortable about someone. But I want to tell you, when I cite these people, I will have done thorough thorough chacha, and I'm going to show you here about Hopewell, everything about Hopewell since 1996, everything. In a report that you can index, you can check, you can actually follow through. Much of it is what even he himself has published. And unfortunately, sometimes people can get tired to read. So they're easily sidetracked. And they never see what really is happening underneath. And then eventually they can easily get misled. Yeah. But this is who these people are. They are scammers, and I'm going to put here. Yes, so here is one here that people can go through about Daisapana Papa iyo. Yeah. But aiwa uyu ningirikini uyu anonzani ko uyu what is his name? Kalimbo is an agent for Gold Mafia, live and direct. There's no listen to me, when he was arrested, the people who actually rescued him there, one of the person who was actually going to the police station and then coordinating with Zimbabweans was Hubert Angel's aide. When that happened, when he was in trouble. So people should just be aware of that. Yeah, so anyway, Geza does not have a spokesman. Just understand that. I'm a spokesman. I hope I've said it. And I was wondering, Hot Seat, do you think we can start to round up? I know here we've got, even though, did you realize we actually got 10,000 people listening right now?
Oh, wow. No, I did not.
We literally have got, so I'm going to send you this. On video, we've got 10,000 people. So on total, I know on space, we only have 120 people. But we literally have got 9,970.
Wow, okay.
That's
intense.
It is quite intense. I think people are wanting to know what is what around the Geza movement and what is transpiring. Yeah.
Like from tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. if you lodge a live. I need to now. This is now a marathon. Now we're doing like a proper.
Absolutely, right, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So 9,979 on video at present, and these are video. Let me just check the stats here. So video, Twitter,
Alright.
yeah, 9,800.
Okay, check the stats. Whilst I just want to give my submission. Anybody
sure.
on the ground, Varuku Zimbabwe, right? Like anybody who's on the ground. It doesn't matter what party you're from. In me, I don't belong to any party, and neither does Simba, right? So just please. Okay. Continue, Simba.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you were still speaking, yeah?
All right, yeah. No, I just wanted to say tomorrow, for sure, whether something happens or not, we need to be there to see it, right? We need to be there to hear it. So Mangwan Maxen is going to be lit the whole day, okay? Even if, we want, if you are on the ground, I don't mean in the streets because nobody's supposed to be in the streets, but I mean Zimbabwe. We want to know, did you and your family, did you send your kids to extra lessons because we know it's holiday? Are you at home? Do you have enough food? What are the problems? Please inbox. If I know a lot of people are uncomfortable with out on direct, inbox, and then we can at least submit that. Because at the end of the day, the space is what? For the citizens, for the voice to be heard, for everybody to be heard. So even if you're like, right now I'm there and every business as usual, come with that submission, okay? Please. So tomorrow, please make sure you are here. And Simba, I think you're going to send a reminder, send it today, so that tomorrow people can, when you come online, people will be online immediately, and everybody will share the space, and we'll all get involved. Thank you, Nkuma Simba. I'm out. I'll just.
Thank you very much. I would like to quickly play a video of how citizens' arrests can be done and how I have done it before. But because Blessed Geza has talked about it. And how easily you could do things without even a security guard at the side. It's going to take about 16 minutes. And I was wondering, maybe, should we listen to Signoro for 1 minute before I start playing the video, Signoro? Or should we just go ahead? Maybe we should just go ahead, right? Okay, no one is speaking, so I'm just going to go ahead and just play a video of how I have done it. The country's first ever prosecution of a sitting member of Speaker of Parliament, Jacob Mudenda. I was there physically, and I simply approached him just like that. Soon after I interviewed him, then I asked the lawyers who are representing victims who were shot to contact me, and in no time at all, a war crimes indictment had already been handed to the Speaker of Parliament. So it was that simple. So I'm just going to play this Zimbabweans Mozionera Mega. Here we go. This is me meeting this
because they're threatened to go to court. But then, sir, aren't you concerned? Aren't you concerned, advocate, that here we have a clear matter? But you said you talked about a threat, sir. You talked about a threat, advocate. But you talked about a threat. You talked about a threat. Advocate, a crime is being committed right now. People are dying. Well, people are dying. Go to court where? People are dying right now in Zimbabwe, advocate. I have got victims of 1 August. Do you also respect the people who are suffering, sir? Do you respect the victims who still have bullets in their bodies right now, advocate? The victims who still have bullets in their bodies right now. Advocate, you are the highest, you're the most respected person in Zimbabwe. You are here to represent parliamentarianism. What parliamentarianism is. You are the person we refer to. We respect you, sir. We respect you. And I've come to you to ask you about this thing, which we are being criticized. Our nation is being criticized right here, sir. Why is it not the forum, sir? But you are the Speaker of Parliament. I've got people who are crying, advocate. I've got victims. Are you concerned that you're no longer the Speaker of Parliament? You're now the Speaker of a military cartel.
Can you stop it?
Stop what, advocate? Stop what? Stop what? But you're destroying our country. You're destroying a whole community. You are right now, even the perception of our nation, Advocate Mudenda. Are you happy that parliamentarianism has been violated, Advocate? Tell me. So you're not willing to address concerns about parliamentarianism. You are here to represent parliamentarianism. And you are mentally torturing MDC MPs, adding to the physical torture to victims of violence on 1 August, which was done to change election results, and this was broadcast on ZBC. Advocate Mudenda, you are a respected man. You are the highest, the most respected person, sir. I shall slow down, but I hope you realize here, I've got people who are dying. There's a crime being committed. You can, sir. You can, sir. I shall wait. Thank you. A crime is being committed, advocate, right now. I'm not, sir. I've got a legitimate criminal concern here, a legal concern, sir. I've got a legitimate legal concern.
Sorry, man. I thought that you were doing enough time to...
No, sir. No, you can't do this. Advocate Mudenda, people are dying. One must Zimbabweans right now. People are dying. And here you are mentally torturing MDC MPs. On what basis do you withdraw their allowances for 5 months? Merely because they are expressing what you brought into Parliament. I am here. I'm here. I'm not going to move out. I'm a guest here. And I am very much here. I am very much here. But I'll wait on you. This is important because you're an employee. You're a civil servant. You're a civil servant. This is your job. This is your job to be accountable to members of the public, to the international community, to prove that you are doing the job of a Speaker of Parliament, not a Speaker of a military cartel, Advocate Mudenda. No, sir, you cannot shut me. I'm going to slow down. I'll allow him to eat, but I'm not going to leave here. I am here. I'm a guest here. I'm also an invitee over here to this conference where you are as well. Thank you. I've got vanhu vari kufa right now. Hama dzedu dziri kufa kuZimbabwe. Vakomana varume mauya kunoku imimi. Saka ndanyarara iko zvino ndakumirirai. Thank you. This is an illegal matter. It's also a criminal matter. Thank you. I'm waiting here.
My young brother, I think the Honorable Speaker, he has come down here to have me.
To have?
So to have something to eat.
Yes, I'll wait for him. That's what I'm waiting for him, sir.
Maybe.
I am as you can see, I've withdrawn. I move away now. I was sitting there where you're sitting. So now I've moved away now. So we'll wait, sir. I've got Zimbabweans here who are waiting across inside Zimbabwe and around the world. This is the most respected person, the highest person in the country in Zimbabwe, next to Emerson Mnangagwa.
So why are you shouting?
No, I'm not shouting.
Is it a private?
I'm not shouting, sir. I'm not shouting. I'm waiting. I'm not shouting. I'm waiting, sir.
I think it's more about the threatening than anything else. I haven't heard it.
What threat? What threat did you hear? What threat did you hear there?
Yes, I have to do that.
No. Thank you. Please don't be unreasonable. What threat? What threat did you hear? Can you tell me? Can you justify what you said?
No, what I'm simply saying that you're talking above your voice, on top of your voice. If you really want to interview Mr. Speaker, I think you need to do it in a manner that is appropriate, in a manner that you need to.
According to your allegations, I am quiet. Thank you. Yes, sir. Zimbabwe's nation around the world. We've got here Advocate Mudenda, the Speaker of Parliament. The Speaker of Parliament in Zimbabwe is in Serbia. And where I'm also a guest at the IPU. It is the Interparliamentary Union. It's the highest, the most respected body, the union of parliaments across the world. This is a crucial juncture here. This is an important matter. We've got a legal matter. It's not just a legal matter, it's a criminal matter here. I've got people who are being killed right now. And I also have with me a power of attorney from victims of violence. So I'm also speaking not just a journalist, but also as a victim of violence, of the 1 August brutality, which he is mentally tortured because they've.
Right, I'll play the next. Let me do this. I'll play the next bit.
Because they're threatened to go to court. But then, sir, aren't you concerned? Aren't you concerned, Advocate, that here we have a clear matter? But you said you talked about a threat, sir. You talked about a threat, Advocate. But you talked about a threat. You talked about a threat. Advocate, a crime is being committed right now. People are dying. Well, people are dying. Go to court where? People are dying right now in Zimbabwe, Advocate. I have got victims of 1 August. Do you also respect the people who are suffering, sir? Do you respect the victims who still have bullets in their bodies right now, Advocate? The victims who still have bullets in their bodies right now. Advocate, you are the highest, you're the most respected person in Zimbabwe. You are here to represent parliamentarianism. What parliamentarianism is. You are the person we refer to. We respect you, sir. We respect you. And I've come to you to ask you about this thing, which we are being criticized. Our nation is being criticized right here, sir. Why is it not the forum, sir? But you are the Speaker of Parliament. I've got people who are crying, Advocate. I've got victims. Are you concerned that you're no longer the Speaker of Parliament? You're now the Speaker of a military cartel.
Can you stop it?
Stop what, Advocate? Stop what? Stop what? But you're destroying our country. You're destroying a whole community. You are right now, even the perception of our nation, Advocate Mudenda. Are you happy that parliamentarianism has been violated, Advocate? Tell me. So you're not willing to address concerns about parliamentarianism. You are here to represent parliamentarianism. And you are mentally torturing MDC MPs, adding to the physical torture to victims of violence on 1 August, which was done to change election results, and this was broadcast on ZBC. Advocate Mudenda, you are a respected man. You are the highest, the most respected person, sir. I shall slow down, but I hope you realize here, I've got people who are dying. There's a crime being committed. You can, sir. You can, sir. I shall wait. Thank you. A crime is being committed, Advocate, right now. I'm not, sir. I've got a legitimate criminal concern here, a legal concern, sir. I've got a legitimate legal concern.
Sorry, I thought I'd give you enough time to...
No, sir. No, you can't do this. Advocate Mudenda, people are dying. One must Zimbabweans are for right now. People are dying. And here you are mentally torturing MDC MPs. On what basis do you withdraw their allowances for 5 months? Merely because they are expressing what you brought into parliament. I am here. I'm not going to move out. I'm a guest here. And I am very much here. I am very much here. But I'll wait on you. This is important because you're an employee. You're a civil servant. You're a civil servant. This is your job. This is your job to be accountable to members of the public, to the international community, to prove that you are doing the job of a Speaker of Parliament, not a Speaker of a military cartel, Advocate Mudenda. No, sir, you cannot shut me. I'm going to slow down. I'll allow him to eat, but I'm not going to leave here. I am here. I'm a guest here. I'm also an invitee over here to this conference where you are as well. Thank you. I've got vanhu vari kufa right now. Hama dzedu dziri kufa kuZimbabwe. Akomana varume mauya kunoku imimi. Saka ndanyarara iko zvino ndakumirirai. Thank you. This is an illegal matter. It's also a criminal matter. Thank you. I'm waiting here.
My young brother, I think the Honorable Speaker, he has come down here to have me.
To have?
So to have something to eat.
Yes, I'll wait for him. That's what I'm waiting for him, sir.
Maybe.
I am very. As you can see, I've withdrawn. I move away now. I was sitting there where you're sitting, so now I've moved away now. So we'll wait, sir. I've got Zimbabweans there who are waiting across inside Zimbabwe and around the world. Vakamirira. This is the most respected person, the highest person in the country in Zimbabwe, next to Emerson Mnangagwa.
So why are you shouting?
No, I'm not shouting.
Is it a private?
I'm not shouting, sir. I'm not shouting. I'm waiting. I'm not shouting. I'm waiting, sir.
I think it's more about the threatening than anything else. I haven't heard you.
What threat? What threat did you hear? What threat did you hear there?
Yes, I have to do that.
No. Thank you. Please don't be unreasonable. What threat? What threat did you hear? Can you tell me? Can you justify what you said?
No, what I'm simply saying that you're talking above your voice, on top of your voice. If you really want to interview Mr. Speaker, I think we need to do it in a manner that is appropriate, in a manner that you need to.
According to your allegations, I am quiet. Thank you. Yes, sir. Zimbabwe's nation around the world. We've got here Advocate Mudenda, the Speaker of Parliament. The Speaker of Parliament in Zimbabwe is in Serbia, and where I'm also a guest at the IPU. It is the Interparliamentary Union. It's the highest, the most respected body, the Union of Parliaments across the world. This is a crucial juncture here. This is an important matter. We've got a legal matter. It's not just a legal matter, it's a criminal matter here. I've got people who are being killed right now. And I also have with me a power of attorney from victims of violence. So I'm also speaking not just a journalist, but also as a victim of violence, of the 1 August brutality, which he is mentally tortured because they've threatened to go to court, torturing MDC MPs.
Apa ndakabva ndakanyatsomugarira ndakati ndiro handisi kuzobva pano. Yada undiburitsa muhotera yatatenga tese, yatiri kugara tese. Akuda kuita zvaanoita vanhu. Ndakabva ndatingoramba ndakamira ipa ndakagara ipapo. I had my camera on. Self name be my life. Apo ndikutoronga masports nemalawyer ipapo. Soon after this, akambotry kunzwa mapurisa ekuserbia. Saka inini ndakabva ndamhanya ndikabva ndaronga nemalawyers nemavictims aya. Gabatamuroera international, international war crimes indictment. Jacob Mudenda izvozvi kamumhanyisa kuenda kuairport achitiza achipinda muairport akazongoita challenge chete ingoti I just didn't have my lawyers with me because my lawyers ndakafamba nawo ndakasvika nawo muairport ndakatomubvarira muchitokisi.
The broadcast is getting disturbed. I don't know why. I don't know why the broadcast is getting disturbed. My apologies.
Anyways, Zimbabweans, here we go. This is how a citizen's arrest can be done. It's so easy, as you know it is, as long as you know who you are. One thing that I tell Zimbabweans, I was just telling someone who is a victim just 2 days ago, and I was saying to her that if you operate with your spirit, not with your brain, if you operate with your brain, you'll be afraid. You'll be afraid of these, of someone like Wikno Chivayo. But if you operate with your spirit, nothing can stop you. Nothing can limit. Not even money can stop you. A gun cannot stop you if you operate if you know that you were made in the image of the Creator, that you are not flesh and bone or flesh and blood. You're actually someone who was made in the image of the man who created this this earth or this universe. Nothing will stop you. Anyway, folks, we're gonna have a punga. We're gonna be showing you, by the way, later on. We'll put this in a package and we'll show you the documentation, how citizens' arrests are being done so easily, and that's what we're going to be demonstrating, Mangwana. And yeah, we'll put this in a package so you know what can be done and what must be done, what has Geza been talking about here, which is needed to be done. I've also raised the alarm, the alert, the alarm for people to watch out for scammers. Be very careful of scammers, people who work for Hubert Angel, for the mafia, Vakaita Savana Gambakwe, Vana Joseph Kalimbwe, and the like, who posture out there as if they're representing as if they're representing the truth. As I stated before, Joseph Kalimbwe works for the gold mafia. He is a social engineering agent. He's just someone who gets paid to be on social media, and he has never held any party card of the UPND party that is led by Hakainde Hichilema, and yet he built his social media accounts lying that he's a representative of the UPND. If you want to see much of this, we've posted it here on Twitter and elsewhere. You can check it for yourselves. Do not be misled by anyone, particularly people who are on social media. And also, as I stated before, Blessed Geza has never had any spokesman. He doesn't have a spokesman. Blessed Geza operates, he is his own voice. That is why he created social media accounts for his Twitter, for his YouTube to be there, not for someone else to speak for him. Do not listen particularly to characters who just want to make money from people. It's the same thing that Makumbura Harizovisha does not represent Chamisa. It doesn't represent the masses, at least anymore. And well, he has never really had any physical official position really that is authoritative even before. But right now, people like that are no longer, and they're not part of an initiative, a citizens' initiative to help the masses. Quickly, thank you so much. Hot seat. I'm so grateful today for helping us this morning, Hulu, and everyone who's participated. Let's jump on Zimai for more. And let's keep, you can rewatch the Blessed Geza public address. It is Pungwe, as he said before. It is going to be non-stop demonstrations throughout, non-stop. And the reason why he said, Blessed Geza said, it is because Emerson Mnangagwa's girlfriend, Virginia Mabiza, and Ziyambi have moved, have gone ahead, working with Jacob Mudenda, have gone ahead to amend the constitution so that Mnangagwa can and also Parliament can be suspended for another five years. So he said, no way, this has to stop. Folks, we're going to end. Thank you so much, Hot Seat. Much appreciated. And by the way, out
Thank
there,
you so much, Mr. Masinga.
if you are there
Thanks so
and
much,
if you are there and you want to volunteer, you want to come in, you've got something to contribute, please send us in the inbox. Join the I Army, right? The army of eyes. Okay, if you want one of those people, you want to be there, you want to get people talking, and you want to ensure that this thing keeps drumming up. Yeah, tell us what you do, your background, what you can contribute to keep people, and to help the masses. Thank you very much.
Tasvitwa kumakumbo hekutambuzwa na eboso mondi emanyati Ticha simu tama oko wangu kutenda muziki Ticha simu tama oko wangu kutenda muziki Geza, 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 Zimai Geza, 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 Zimai Tasvitwa kumaguma ekutambudzwa na Emerson Mondi emanyati Dicha simu za maogo angu kutenda musiki Dicha simu za maogo angu kutenda musiki Geza, 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 Zimai, Geza, Geza, Zimai, Tashvitwa, kumaguma kutambudzwa na Emerson, Mondi emanyazi. Tashvitwa kumaguma kutambudzwa na Emerson Mondi emanyazi Dicha simu za maogo angu kutenda musiki Dicha simu za maogo angu kutenda musiki Geza, 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 Zimai, Geza, 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 Zimai. clap for that inability. I've been allowing. She can under things. 6 years. You can't clap for that inability. Inability. 6 years. Geza, Zim, I. Jim, in it. Geza.
Nangag was granted his violent wife a degree in hospitality. The same violent wife who beats up employees in the workplace. She's worse than Grace, yet they copy everything.
masoja dzekuzvibata nadzo tererai mitemo yose nenzira dzakanaka dzakanaka yaya tererai nenzira dzakanaka dzakanaka yaya tererai nenzira dzakanaka kune nzira dzakanaka dzakanaka ya soja rega 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 kutevera mitemo yose ngoma iri kurira ngoma iri kurira murenga geza geza zim ai ai tisava tinotora no no zvino zvemasi yedu dozerai zvino zvose zvatorwa kumuvengi taurai zvinetsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu masinzisise zvakananga musangano kune nzira dzakanaka dzakanaka ya soja rega 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 kutevera mitemo yose ngoma iri kurira ngoma iri kurira muvenga badarai zvamunotenga nenzira dzakanaka mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunenge matora tisaita zvopopwe muhondo wechimurenga tisanetse vasungwa patinenge tabata bumbumbu ya murenga vibes Stephen Mutamba wemurenga revolution amapiano aya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare navamao vachidzidzisa vachidzidzisa geza geza zip ai ngoma iri kurira yaya murenga vibes ngoma iri kurira respect the cool game. Murenga vibes no murenga vibes revolution back on my piano respect the cool. Yeah, Stephen Mutamba, hey, Joe ting. Wait, Geza, zim, aya. Geza, zim, aya. Oh, Commissioner Mukuru, wemapurisa. Hey, Mutamba dizvinhu zvachinja mashandiro ehurongwa ya masimba ave chokwadi real jotitwa hachapa mvumo haibo mapurisa hatichatauri pachinzvimbo no sezvaitwa kare chochaki hachadi mapurisa hachadi we don't talk hachadi never joint operations hachadi chinja boom kukula mandla Stephen Mutamba police no longer amapolisa akaseko lapho ayikhona ijotenja iyacho asikhulumi ngegama layo eminyakeni edlule kwakwenzeka but manje things zishintshile jodi hachadi mapurisa hachadi we don't talk hachadi joint operations hachadi lock drum police no longer speaks yebo police no longer speaks for joking hachadi ukulamanda aman Stephen Mutamba I'm a piano ting Geza zim aya Geza zim aya Police no longer speaks. Yebo, police no longer speaks for Georgie. Aliko hachadi ukula manda. Amanti Stephen Mutamba. I'm a piano ting. Geza zim aya. Geza zim aya.
Tasbihwa kumangumo ekutambutswa na emansonk moni emanyati Tasbihwa kumangumo ekutambutswa na emansonk moni emanyati Teacher simu tama oko wangu kupenda muziki Teacher simu tama oko wangu kupenda muziki Geza zimai Geza zimai
This is Semi Media, broadcasting all round the world, on the spot, on the dot. This is Semi Media, broadcasting all round the world, on the spot, on the dot. This is Semi Media, broadcasting all round the world, on the spot, on the dot.
Tasbihwa kumangumo ekutambutswa na emansonk moni emanyati Teacher simu tama oko wangu kupenda muziki Teacher simu tama oko wangu kupenda muziki Geza zimai Geza zimai
Semi-Media, broadcasting all around the world, on the spot, on the dot. This is Semi-Media, broadcasting all around the world, on the spot, on the dot.